power stations, thermal power station. Thermal power station should be reduced more and more based on the energy transition around the world, the zero emission principles right now. By 2050, you know, many countries will be moving toward more utilization of renewable energy. So what we are focusing on is to get more and more advances in the renewable side. We started with a very small pilot, which is the Shigaya project and the phase 1. We want to move to phase 2, which is Dibdiba, introduce more electrical energy through renewable resources. And we are promoting more and more through this policy, less and less introduction of thermal power station and moving toward more renewable power station and when it comes to utilities. 8.5, which is related to solid waste management. We had one project, which is solid to waste to energy, introduced by Kuwait municipality, but unfortunately there were many hiccups. We are coming back to it. The integration of the solid waste management with more focus on the waste disposal and resource recovery. The public housing authority, there was a project in Janub Said Al Abdullah with the participation of LH from South Korea, is to introduce more solid to waste, and they have a more advanced system when it comes to a waste disposal system, especially in the new built city. These are our 5 main policies which are introduced in the Kuwait National Development Plan as a part of the program Build a Livable and Harmonious Environment. Now, goals, major goals, let me put it this way, that the rate of sewage waste treatment need to be that when we would like to reach 100% or 90% of all the sewage wastewater in Kuwait to be treated. On the climate and energy indicator, which is an EPI index, part of the EPI index we are looking at, issued by Yale University and Columbia University, as well as the World Economic Forum. We are now at the ranked in the 161 among 180 countries, which is a very low rank. We are looking forward to improve that indicators using this policy. The rate of diversion from landfill, currently the landfills are being closed mostly, but there are still some landfill in operation, but treatment, solid waste treatment should be introduced in the country as a part of the policy we are discussing. Now, this is in a nutshell. Details are there, and as everyone knows, the devils are in the detail and in the implementation. But from a strategic level, these are the policy we are targeting as a part of the Kuwait National Development Plan toward our toward our trip journey toward Vision 2035 in Kuwait. At the end, I would like to conclude by thanking the United Nations, the UNDP, for taking the efforts, time, and putting everything together to come up with this EcoCity workshop in a proper way. I would like also to mention that the EcoCity comes from another perspective, which is an extension of the Healthy City initiative in the country. The Healthy City initiative in the country was started by the Yarmouk suburb under the supervision of Ministry of Health, and we are hoping that more and more other healthy city to be initiated in the country. But the EcoCity is a much bigger scope in taking this healthy city toward the conversion or toward the transformation to an EcoCity. I thank you all for participating in this workshop. Definitely there will be a lot of interesting discussion and talk. So Shahid, it's over to you, and I hope there was no echo while I was giving my opening remark. Thank you.
No, absolutely not. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. This is very promising, honestly, that we noticed that Kuwait has already started many projects with internationally and locally. Thank you very much again. Now, I would like to welcome for our next key speaker from the UNDP Global Center for Technology,
أود أن أرحب بالمتحدث الثاني
Development from Singapore, Mr. Riyad Medeb, the director, to talk about leveraging data to drive
للحديث عن
eco-cities.
دفع باتجاه المدن البيئية الحيوية.
My name is Riyad Medeb. I'm the director at interim of the UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation and Sustainable Development. We are a collaboration between
المركز
UNDP and the
العالمي
government of
UNDP في
Singapore.
سنغافورة،
And I'm
ونحن
really
في
sorry that I
مشروع
cannot
تعاون
join
هنا
you
بين
today. For the next 6 minutes or
أنا
so, I would like
أنا لا أستطيع
to highlight how we can use data to drive
أعمل معكم
ecocities.
وأكون معكم طوال اليوم.
About leveraging data to drive
فيما يتعلق
eco-cities.
بدفع البيانات نحو أو استخدام
نور. هلا والله، شلونك؟
Please, I would like everyone to mute their mics. Yes, so as we try to fix the technical issues with Mr. Riyad, I believe that we are ready. Yes,
good morning, good afternoon. My name is Riyad Medeb. I'm the director at interim of the UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation and Sustainable Development. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Riyad Medeb. I'm the director at interim of the UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation and Sustainable Development. We are a collaboration between UNDP and the government in Singapore. And I'm really sorry that I cannot join you all today. For the next 6 minutes or so, I would like to highlight how we can use data to drive eco-cities and sustainable development. I would like
some people cannot hear Mr. Riyad speaking, and therefore we're trying to solve this issue as soon as possible. Other than that, I would like to ask from you to mute your mics so we can only hear the video and not everyone else. Until we fix the problem, let me just share with you a brief of our workshop. So this workshop is within the framework of the Kuwait National Development Plan 2020 and 2025 towards sustainable development goals and Kuwait Vision 2035. EcoCities is one of the major programs envisaged by the State of Kuwait. It is organized by the General Secretariat for the Supreme Council for Planning and Development and the United Nations for Development. We have different entities, governmental and private sector participating with us. Today, we are going to have about 5 different sessions. Each one has a different concern than the other. Of course, we're going to have a speaker and different discussants within each session. So to give you a brief of what we are going to talk about today, our first session is going to be about greening space, multidimensional approach with a main speaker and 3 different discussants. Also, our second session is going to be about promoting renewable energy investment. So if you are interested in promoting renewable energy, this is going to be interesting. Session number 3 is going to be about the waste management and recycling. Session number 4 is going to be about boosting energy efficiency and green infrastructure. And the last session for today, session 5, is going to be the role of Kuwaiti entrepreneurs and inventors to advance eco-cities. I believe that we are ready to play Mr. Riyad's video.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Riyad. I'm the director at the interim of the UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation and Sustainable Development. We are a collaboration between UNDP and the government in Singapore. And I'm really sorry that I cannot join you all today. For the next 6 minutes or so, I would like to highlight how we can use data to drive eco-cities and sustainable development. I would like to start with some broader context and highlight why eco-cities are so important. Cities account for more than 70% of global CO2 emissions. They consume over 2/3 of the world's energy. But over 90% of all urban areas are located on the world coast, where they are at considerable risk of flooding. And 4 trillion worth of urban assets will be at risk from climate change by 2030. This is a global challenge. Similarly, eco-cities are key actors in the digital economy. We are seeing more and more economic development shifting from offline to online channels, including behavior to improve sustainability. Digital channels are also now key development tools, a topic I come back to shortly, but city and national government are also being judged against the best of the digital private sector. Citizens can be frustrated when the city services or experiences aren't as simple as their experience on Facebook or Instagram. And all of these new digital tools and channels are creating new and vast amount of data, a very new challenge and opportunity in the context of eco-cities. And the last point I would like to focus on for the rest of this talk, I would like to highlight a few ways and a few lessons to leverage data to drive eco-cities. First, I would like to highlight an emerging digital and data approach that could accelerate eco-city development, digital twins. Digital twins are a digital simulation of a physical entity. This may be a particular object or process, like a digital model of air conditioning, or a complete digital replica of a wider process or system. This includes digital replicas of buildings and cities, They offer considerable potential for eco-cities. As you all know, there is a huge range of potential eco-city solutions and approaches. Digital twins allow experimentation in a digital setting to see the impact of these ideas in real time. By experimenting in the digital world instead of the real world, we can explore future possibilities with minimal disruption and risk to the real world system and in everyday operations. This is especially important in dense urban setting where there is little to no room for failure. Singapore has led early exploration of digital twins, including virtual Singapore launch in 2017, which you can see on the top left. More recently, there have been more focused digital twins happening here. On the bottom left, the entire campus of one Singapore's university was modeled as a digital twin to reduce energy usage. This included ensuring the validity of data around energy usage and using the model as a baseline to test new technologies. To date, it has led to over 30% potential reduction in energy consumption. Finally, on the right, we're also seeing broader digital twins exploration in Singapore. This model is an island-wide digital urban climate twin to explore how to make the outdoor more comfortable and to tackle the urban heat island effect. Another development is Singapore's first digital twin for the country national power grid to improve network planning and the integration of greener technologies. Digital twins are founded on data. Often that data is coming from the public, private sector, but we can also tap into the eco-city's greatest asset, its population. This is known as collective intelligence. Essentially, collective intelligence is about opening up your innovation and data collection processes. It's about leveraging data from other sources, including from citizens. This can include citizens reporting approach like lean data, but also leveraging the technology that they use every day. So tapping into big data and other approaches. This data can then be processed and analyzed using data analytics approaches. It's about combining human intelligence with artificial intelligence. Collective intelligence will play a central role in eco-cities. It will be a crucial asset in building local ownership of urban ideas and innovation, which will be essential for sustainability of the solution. Just to give one example, as I mentioned, collective intelligence can come from surveys and citizen engagement. It can also come from technology. This is a map of Japan visualized through the SafeCast platform. The SafeCast is an open source initiative to crowdsource environmental data using community sensors and low-cost tools. It's measuring over 60,000 data points every day, all from the community. This is an example how collective intelligence can generate the type of high-quality data needed to inform research, policy, and initiatives like digital twins. Regardless of technology or approach, thus there are a number of key lessons to keep in mind. First, focus on objectives and outcomes. It's very easy to get lost in data. So starting with research or policy question is important. Data exploration is needed, but we also need to be driven by action. Related to this, no amount of big data analytics or other technique will make up for poor quality data. We need to collect the highest quality data possible, even if it means not using the most cutting edge technologies. Similarly, data doesn't sit in isolation. It needs skills, workflows, infrastructures, policies, legislation, and processes. We would be happy to come back and present a deeper dive into this. And finally, data should not be abstract. We should be using it to drive positive change and impact. This is also include highlighting and communicating how data is improving products, services, and cities. Visualization, storytelling, and other approaches are essential in building a rapport and partnership with citizens to ensure that they are collaborators on eco-city journey. And I would like to leave you with one final thought. As I mentioned, the UNDP Global Center is based in Singapore, And as you all know, Singapore is a very high-tech place to be. They were also one of the first countries to develop a digital contact tracing application at the start of the pandemic. But this app actually offers a valuable lessons for eco-cities. When Singapore launched the app, they also mentioned this quote in their press release. The app was not designed to be a replacement of offline and human health effort. It is a complement, an augmenter, and an amplifier. This is how we must approach eco-cities. Technology should amplify the urban experience and not detract or constrain. Digital data and other innovative tools are just some of the many tools in our eco-city toolkit. We need to find how we use these technologies on the needs, realities, and aspirations of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Riyadh Medeb, the Director and the UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation and Sustainable Development in Singapore. Now I would like to welcome from Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, or as we call it, KISR, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mulla, the Executive Director for Energy and Building Research Center, to talk about the building a livable and harmonious environmental through EcoCities initiative.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of KISR management, we would like to thank the General Secretariat for the Supreme Council for Planning and Development for organizing this important workshop, and to all other government and the private sectors that also contributed to this event. There are many components that could contribute to the concept of eco-friendly cities. Renewable energy is one of the major components, which KISR is focused on it through its renewable energy program. In the past 10 years, Kuwait had achieved a number of successful pilot projects for central power plants such as Shigaya project, as well as distributed energy supply, mainly on building integrated photovoltaic system. More importantly, the development of proper regulation, policies, and incentive programs will enable Kuwait to promote the renewable energy applications, as well as achieving the 15% power generation target from renewable energy by 2030. These policies and incentive programs will enable the private sector to start investing in this growing sector. Another one is the energy efficiency is one of the important program at KISR and also contributes to the concept of eco-friendly cities. The Building Energy Code of Practice was implemented in Kuwait since 1983, which had major savings to Kuwait, both economically and environmentally. Major benefits can be additionally achieved if restructuring of electricity tariff is implemented and integrated with suitable policies and incentive programs. Activating the key element will open the way to for the private sector to invest in energy services. Additionally, the installation of the smart meters have been started recently in Kuwait and expected to make the energy system more sustainable and reliable in the future. In addition to the renewable energy and energy efficiency, KISR has more than 20 research programs that can heavily contribute to the other components of eco-friendly cities. These components include sustainable and resilient infrastructure, building materials, decarbonizing of crude oil, developing technologies for hydrogen production, optimizing the use of water resources, and developing solutions on waste minimization and recycling. Besides of the technical issues, culture and the slow processes and overlapping authorities among government agencies are the other major constraints against achieving the concept of eco-city initiatives. This can be resolved through the development of medium and long-term strategies to change the current culture in the Kuwaiti population, thus to enable them to adapt to more sustainable practices. The integration among government agencies is also essential to expedite the processes as well as determining the authorities for each government agency. In conclusion, I would like to thank the organizers for this event once again, and we hope the output of this workshop will pave the way and set the desired long-term economic and urban goals among all parties concerned with the implementation of this ambitious initiative for smart eco-cities in the state of Kuwait. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mulla, the Executive Director for Energy and Building Research Center, for this note about building a livable and harmonious environment through EcoCities initiative. Now, to start our workshop with our sessions for today, we're starting with session number 1, which is going to be about greening space multidimensional approach. Please welcome with me the speaker and the discussants in this session. The speaker for this session is going to be from Singapore National Parks Board Government of Singapore, Ms. Wendy Yap Weeman, the Director of International Biodiversity Conservation. And the discussants for this session will be the General Secretariat of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development, Dr. Khalid Mahdi, the Secretary General, and from Kuwait Environment Public Authority, Dr. Abdullah Zaidan, Deputy Director General of Technical Affairs. Kuwait Municipality, Maysa Kayali, the consultant to the Municipality General Manager. And from Public Authority for Housing Welfare, Mr. Nasser Khrebat, Deputy DG for Planning and Designing Unit. Welcome to this session. Now, Ms. Wendy, the mic is all yours to start your presentation.
Thank you very much. Just let me screen share again.
Inform everyone that at the end of each session, we will be having a 10-minute Q&A for those who has a question regarding this session. We will collect as many questions as possible, and then we will give it to the discussants to answer them.
Good morning, Dr. Khalid Mahdi, Secretary General of the General Secretariat of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank GSSCPD and UNDP for inviting the National Parks Board of Singapore to share Singapore's greening journey at this Eco-Cities workshop, which aims to contribute to the discussion on achieving Kuwait's National Development Plan 2025 in the context of Kuwait Vision 2035. Let me set the context for Singapore. We are a small, highly urbanized island city-state. We are about 3.5 times the size of Kuwait City. But as a country, Kuwait is about 24.5 times the size of Singapore. In terms of climate, Singapore is tropical, whereas Kuwait is desert. Singapore's key challenges are climate change and urbanization, which are probably similar to Kuwait's, but in different contexts. Therefore, there is a definite need to adapt and draw on Singapore's broader experience for Kuwait. Singapore's greening journey started more than 50 years ago, in the late 1960s. Our founding father, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, was a visionary, as one of his solutions to bring Singapore from third world to first world was a clean and green Singapore. Garden City was thus conceived in the late 1960s, where the aim was to green up the island as quickly as possible to provide shade and access to green spaces for all. I would also like to note that planning for green spaces and parks were part of Singapore's long-term land use plans since 1971. Garden City evolved into a city in a garden in the late 2000s, where the aim is to nestle the city in a lush mantle of tropical greenery with the emphasis of conserving our natural heritage and involving the community. In 2021, to build on what has been achieved, the City in Nature was conceived. The aim of transforming Singapore into a city in nature is to build a Singapore where residents will be able to enjoy a livable, sustainable, and climate-resilient Singapore. The City in Nature is also a key pillar in Singapore's Green Plan, which is our national movement to chart our course for sustainable development, which was set in 2021. The key strategies of City in Nature are expanding our nature park network, intensifying nature in our gardens and parks, integrating nature into the urban environment, strengthening connectivity between green spaces, and underlying these strategies is community stewardship and advancing digitalization, science and technology, and industry. I shall briefly highlight our key strategies in the following slides. The first one, extending our natural capital. We aim to grow our nature park network, and as the example on the slide illustrates, these are rustic and forested parks that buffer our nature reserves with compatible nature-based recreation. We intend to increase such nature parks by 50% from our 2020 baseline. In our second strategy of intensifying nature in our gardens and parks, more of our parks will incorporate natural designs and planting. And the aim is to have 300 hectares of such gardens and parks in the next 5 years. Complementing such actions, we intend to restore 30 hectares of forest, marine, and coastal habitats, and have species recovery plans for over 100 plants and 60 animal species to make our gardens and parks more biodiverse with native species. Our third strategy is to integrate nature into the urban environment. As Singapore is land scarce, we need to be innovative with our greenery, and as such, we have gone upwards in terms of skyrise greenery. Here, we aim to have around 200 hectares of skyrise greenery from the current 120 hectares. A good example of this is Kampung Admiralty, the picture on the top left, where we have integrated housing development with facilities for elderly and childcare, social amenities like supermarket and food center, nestled in multi-tier, skyrise, and rooftop greenery. Greenery has an important role in reducing urban heat island effect or cooling the environment. Our aim is to cool our hotter areas, such as our industrial estates, intensifying the greening of these areas by planting 170,000 trees, as illustrated in the picture at the bottom of the slide. To contribute to social resilience, we plan to have 30 therapeutic gardens from the current 9, which is a picture on the top right. These gardens are designed to meet the physical, psychological, and social needs of park users by incorporating design principles from scientific evidence. Together with therapeutic horticulture programs involving plants and nature, visitors can experience a range of health benefits, such as relief from mental fatigue, reduced stress, and overall improvement of emotional well-being. To complement our earlier strategies and address fragmentation of our habitats, our fourth strategy is to strengthen connectivity between green spaces. We have what we call nature ways, where we mimic the forest structure in our plantings on roads and streetscapes, which facilitate the movement of biodiversity across the island. We aim to have 300 kilometers of such nature ways. Currently, we have about a third of it. So the first picture on the top is a nature way within a housing development area. The second one is on a public main road. In addition, we have planned for an island greenery network that connects parks, nature areas, and open spaces, and the aim is to have 500 kilometers of these park connectors, and an example of which is seen at the bottom of the picture. The success of City in Nature will depend on the active support and participation of our people. We will need communities, schools, individuals to come on board to be stewards of our greenery and biodiversity, and to live in harmony with nature. We have many programs to engage our communities, Here, I highlight 3 of our initiatives. The Community in Bloom is focused on our gardening community and is for all ages. Secondly, the Community in Nature is for our nature enthusiasts. And thirdly, the Friends of Parks, where it is a community-led initiative to promote stewardship and responsible use of parks. The Friends of Parks come together regularly to discuss issues and suggest ideas for management to the National Parks Board. One of our flagship initiatives to involve the community is our 1 million trees movement, which aims to plant an additional 1 million trees by 2030. We also aim to increase our current volunteer base from 48,000 to 70,000 volunteers by 2030. With the support of volunteers, corporate partners, we hope to galvanize constructive community action towards caring for Singapore's living environment. To support our strategies, we make use of science and information technology tools. For example, all of NParks data systems are developed on a GIS map called Maven, as a common platform to share data and integrate work processes, from urban tree management to parks planning, design and development, to industry development. We will highlight briefly 3 areas where we will continue to deploy for greater application of science and technology and digitalization. First, the tree management system, where application extends to 3D modeling, inspection and diagnostic tools, to industry transformation. Secondly, our park management system, where it applies to horticultural management as well as to our facilities management and visitor management. Thirdly, our biodiversity management system, which uses science and technology that facilitates and complements our field surveys. The 4 sites which we have presented, I think, resonates highly with what Dr. Riyad from UNDP stated in his keynote remark in terms of the use of technology to aid us in our work. In order to monitor our progress on City in Nature, we have set out targets to be achieved by 2030. Some of these targets were mentioned in my presentation earlier. Complementing this, we also monitor our progress by applying the City Biodiversity Index, or also known as the Singapore Index on Cities Biodiversity, named in recognition of our contribution to its development. The index is a self-assessment tool to evaluate and monitor urban biodiversity conservation efforts. There are 3 components to this index. 1, what native biodiversity that we have in the city, the ecosystem services it provides, and the governance and management of these biodiversity. The index was reviewed in 2019, 2020 to take into consideration the current trends and emerging issues. So in the original version of the index in 2010, there were 23 indicators. The updated version now has 28 indicators and was published in October 2021 as part of the technical series of the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, as seen in the slide. We note that the Kuwait National Development Plan explores the adoption of Singapore City Biodiversity Index, which may need to be tailored into Kuwait's context. The index may offer a checklist of key performance indicators for Kuwait to consider. In this and the next slide, I will highlight in particular the additional new indicators to the updated index highlighted in green. In terms of the first set of indicators, as I mentioned, is focused on what native biodiversity we have, and therefore the indicators are the proportion of natural areas that we have, the connectivity measures, and the kind of species that we have. We have chosen plants and birds because they are more easily found information on these species. The third one is arthropods, or basically insects. The new indicator that we've introduced in this part on native biodiversity is on habitat restoration. Additionally, in this set of indicators, we looked at the proportion of natural protected areas we have and the proportion of invasive alien species we have in the city. In terms of ecosystem services, we look at services provided in terms of regulation of quantity of water, and this refers to the permeability of the surface. In terms of climate regulation, it looks at canopy cover of the city. This may be a bit more difficult for a desert country like Kuwait, but I think it can be adapted. Then there are recreational services, and the two additional indicators that we have included is health and well-being. And again, this resonates well with what Dr. Khalid was mentioning in terms of Kuwait's healthy initiative for cities. And there's also an emergence of the need for food security, and even within the city. So there is an indicator on urban agriculture. In terms of our last set of indicators on governance and management, it basically looks at the kind of capacity that we already have in the city, the budget that is allocated, the policies and rules that we have, and the kind of collaborations that we have among agencies as well as with our partners, and the kind of activities that we have in the city to promote education and awareness. The new indicators as highlighted in green here are basically national capital assessment, basically valuing your capital stock, your natural capital stock, and whether your city has plans, land use plans for green and blue spaces. And we have also recognized the importance of climate change and the kind of biodiversity responses in terms of mitigation and adaptation and resilience to climate change. And there are also policy or incentives for green infrastructure as nature-based solutions. And this speaks to, I think, policy 2, which was mentioned by Dr. Khalid in terms of building an eco-city. And finally, the additional indicator that we added in the updated City Biodiversity Index is a recognition of citizen scientists. And we actually trying to cultivate this and increase the numbers for this. In terms of lessons learned, here, this is what we would have liked to share with you in our journey thus far. The key of which is adaptive management. We need to research, experiment, innovate, in particular with the use of science and technology. The picture demonstrates the use of sensors to detect animal crossings and to warn oncoming motorists to slow down. Some other lessons include the need to focus on few key areas and to build on existing systems and not necessarily change the whole system. I would also like to touch on the key elements of our greening journey. And I would like to highlight the example of a whole of government approach where we have a Garden City Action Committee formed as early as 1971, which has representatives from a whole spectrum of government agencies, from our planning to housing and land and transport. This is important as there are trade-offs, and buy-in of other agencies is essential to achieve the pervasive greenery in Singapore. I'm certain that all these elements are present in Kuwait, and the focus will be to enhance the performance on all fronts. In conclusion, Singapore City in Nature aims for us to coexist with nature for livability, sustainability, and well-being. And I would just like to add that this presentation echoes quite well with Dr. Khalid's second policy, which is basically building ecosystems, and having the biodiversity will also contribute to a number of policies which Kuwait have laid out in the presentation by Dr. Khalid. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Wendy Yap Weeman, the Director of International of Biodiversity Conservation. Now, I would like to ask the discussants if they have any comment or question to Ms. Wendy. They can ask her now before we start our discussion. Of course, I have comments on that presentation and questions also to Ms. Wendy. but I would like to allow the discussants to ask their questions and comments if they have any.
Yeah, Shahid, let me start.
Yes.
Ms. Wendy, this is a very impressive, honestly, presentation presenting the work of the Action Committee, and it came to my surprise that was chaired by the founding father of Singapore, which give a very important emphasis on the importance of what you are actually talked about. Now, I would like to mention a few things with regarding to the biodiversity index, which we, as you know, adopted in the Kuwait National Development Plan. And as you know, we are looking at not just the green and the blue, we are looking at the yellow side of the story as well. Kuwait is a desert, and we have large areas of desert area, but at the same time, we need to preserve the desert life as a part of the biodiversity. I would like to hear your intake on how much greening the desert from your perspective. I mean, if we are looking at the desert as our natural, our natural habitat, how do you look at it from biodiversity is to go and green our desert? Do you see this thing will be going against the biodiversity index, or it will be actually more supporting the index that we are adopting as a part of the national plan? We came to that to this point in a lot of discussion. We have two teams. One team is going pro desert and against going toward the green, and we need to live with our desert environment without going to green the desert. And the other side said, no, we need to move toward more of greening the desert and changing even the ecosystem that we have right now. I would like to hear your intake on this. Thank you very much. Very impressive presentation and nice work, Wendy. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Thank you for your question. I think it's important. And I would just like to say at the outset, again, we have different set of circumstances and contexts, and the City Biodiversity Index was not meant to push the greening of cities in all cases. What we are actually aiming at is to get cities and countries to improve their biodiversity within their context. So desert ecosystem is an important ecosystem. So you should retain it. And sorry, because I don't have experience in the desert ecosystems, so I'm not sure how you can improve it, but I'm sure there are ways to improve the desert ecosystems and bring it back. But what can be done maybe in the more urban areas like the Kuwait city itself, within the city areas, more greening can be done to, for example, to help cool the environment. It doesn't make sense to green deserts, for example, because it takes your valuable water resources away from you. Yeah, your water resources, as you mentioned, is critical to Kuwait, to desert countries like Kuwait. So for me, it's not about trying to use other resources, and you are actually only not looking at the whole picture, right? By let's say if you go the Singapore way and try to be tropical when you cannot be tropical, and use engineering to be tropical, you're using a lot more resources, and that's not what it's being called for, right? We're asking technology to help us within the context of our environment. So whatever solutions that we come up with, and I think the message that I'm trying to bring is that the scientists in Kuwait or partners in Kuwait have to think of innovative solutions that work for Kuwait, right? And does not necessarily need to mimic. So what we are providing is ideas that you can bring communities on board, bring science technology on board, bring ideas on board, and create or think out of the box in order to preserve the critical desert environment, which is part of the identity of your country, right? So the greening part may be to limit more to where your areas are highly urbanized, and you want to provide more comfort to your local communities and also to the industries around there. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Dr. Abdulaziz or Mr. Nasser, if you have any question for Ms. Wendy or a comment?
Yes, should I go ahead?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wendy, for the presentation. Thank you, everybody, for such an opportunity. As you know, back in 2018, the National Parks of Singapore and the Environmental Public Authority of Kuwait has signed an MOU. We know that the city index has been implemented in 25 cities worldwide. However, the idea was laid on the table for Kuwait to join the 25 cities. And when it will join, it will be the first ever desert city to join the Singapore City Index. The idea now is not to implement the greenery of the desert, but however, to bring the greenery into the city, to have more green canvases in the city, more parks. And this is what we aim for to do with the help of our partners, our colleagues in Singapore. The idea is to have more natural reserves, to have more parks, to sustain the well-being of people. Lately, under the pandemic, we know that the current situation for people to move around and to go abroad is very difficult. Just recently, before 3 weeks or a month, we opened one of our reserves, Al Jahra Reserve, for the public to lessen the stress of the pandemic and also to give them the feeling of the interaction with the environment. Biodiversity is a key component. We acknowledge that here in the Environmental Public Authority. It's one of the key elements that we need to shed the light on. We need to protect it as much as possible. And hopefully through your experience in Singapore, hopefully there will be a merger to try to understand the different environments and how we can improve from your experience, but to do it with a Kuwaiti style. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to make a quick comment. My boss, Dr. Lina, and my colleague Karen visited Kuwait, and I saw pictures of your mangrove ecosystems, which is fantastic. This is where the greenery should be enhanced and maintained in that sense, right? So where ecosystems allow you to be green, continue to maintain it, protect it, and enhance it. And basically, in terms of the number of cities, we have increased it, and you have to hurry in order to apply the index to be the first desert city to apply, because Abu Dhabi has expressed interest to do that recently. So thank you.
Yes, Mr. Nasser, if you have any question or comment. I'm not sure if we can't hear Mr. Nasser or he has an issue. Right, so until Mr. Nasser is able to join us as soon as possible, hopefully, I would like to ask Dr. Abdullah. Dr. Abdullah, now we mentioned the experience of Singapore. Is it possible to take the lessons of Singapore and apply it here in Kuwait regarding the gardens, the parks? Can we have more parks here in Kuwait? And if there is any collaboration with other entities in Kuwait that you are working with, if this is applicable, of course.
Yes, thank you for the question. As Dr. Khalid in his presentation earlier specified, creating the green spaces within the city will benefit from having a better well-being for the people in the urban areas. Yes, we have several projects, as I mentioned previously, We're aiming now to increase the natural reserves in Kuwait. We're reaching 12% of the total area of Kuwait, and we're aiming to increase it by 3%, reaching 15% of natural reserves. Not only that, as Wendy specified earlier, we're trying to reintroduce and retransplant the mangroves. This is a project that was carried out back in 2018, and we were successful to reintroduce it and replant them again in the Jahra Reserve. In the 40s, these plants were available, and before the 40s, however, due to anthropogenic activities and misusage of the mangroves, they were extinct. I know that our colleagues in Kisar in the 80s have also contributed efforts to reintroduce it to Kuwait, and each partnership and each stakeholder is doing their part. One of the legislations of Kuwait in COP26, which is the Glasgow Conventions of Climate Change, is to reduce the carbon footprint and reduce the carbon emissions. And this is by the means of sustainable natural reserves and agriculture's use, either in the cities or in the desert area. So we're fulfilling our international treaties and our international responsibilities, both being national, regional, and also international. So all of these concepts play a role together, and the KNDP and the UNDP together are our strong basis and foundation to get all the stakeholders and also the specialists worldwide, as we're doing now in the workshop, to see this vision. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Yes. Now, my question is to Ms. Wendy. Can you share with us any tips, maybe, or your plan in engaging citizens to be part of this journey of eco-cities and greening and parks, etc.?
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is an important thing, community stewardship. And first of all, I think what we need to do is to promote the awareness of the importance of biodiversity. Unless you care about them, you will not protect them. So the awareness of why biodiversity is important is critical. Secondly, I would say that we need to identify champions, stewards, and you need to identify a few of these networks or key people or key individuals that will promote your message and grow such leadership and encourage the community and later on encourage community-led initiatives. Thirdly, I would say then, for us as governments, we need to be open and to listen to suggestions and ideas and provide support. And what is important is incentives, right? People usually act if there is a benefit, like they are awarded something or they're recognized for their action. So we have in Singapore like community awards for community gardening. Then we have festivals that showcase their efforts on the ground. So these are important to get community to be engaged in the action for biodiversity.
Sure, wonderful. Mr. Nasser Khrabat, I hope you're with us now. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. Now, Mr. Nasser, the concept of national parks is completely different in Singapore than in Kuwait. Now, I'm sure that we might face some challenges if we want to apply the concept of national park. How can we do that here in Kuwait?
Yes. First of all, I think that new city development, whether it's in Kuwait or all over, there has to be a hierarchy in type of planning and in type of greenery in the city. So you're talking about, if you're talking about national parks or regional parks, until main parks and local parks, and then you have urban plazas and so. We have to have environmental assessment studies, and to revise all the details based on that city development and what are, if there is any green buffers required to protect from the dust and from wind and so and so. So these are the challenges that we do and do implement in our cities. And the other challenge is the quantities of water. And hence, usually our recommendation, as Mrs. Wendy says, that we have to use our indigenous trees. For example, if we use the same trees that they're using in Singapore. So this is something that is how to maximize the use of water and greenery. And again, when you talk about urban greenery, is quite different when you talk about a forest or something that is a natural area that is what is the environment like the mangroves and so. In our developments, the challenges that we are facing is the water that comes. Usually it's from treated water, from sanitary treated water. And the sanitary treated water, so you need people that are living there in order to have, sewage, so to be treated to have a plantation. So this is the challenges that is happening, and we coordinate with the other ministers regarding such plantation strategies.
We have one last question that says, how intense can be the role of IoT, which is the Internet of Things, in this endeavor?
Yes, I think as Dr. Khalid have mentioned earlier, the Kuwait, new Kuwait, or the new National Development Plan, also the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN General Umbrella, Kuwait Master Plan, there's the technical plan. There is a target and there is initiatives that are being done regarding implementing new smart cities in our projects. We do have smart elements in Kuwait, but we are talking about smart cities, which is integration of owing in our first project, the South Side of Abdullah. As Dr. Khalid says, this is the collaboration with the government of South Korea to implement the first smart city of Kuwait. This will enhance the livability and quality of life of people that are living in our cities, and it will enable us to ease the monitoring and maintaining all aspects of the cities, including parks and greenery.
Okay, wonderful. So please allow me, if you have any last word, Ms. Wendy, we're going to start with you. Final word.
For me, basically, the whole idea of greening or urban biodiversity in the city or the country is to look at your circumstances and build on that, right? Do not create something, that is not within the context of your country. And that's what we are promoting your Kuwait to do. Thank you very much.
Yes. There is one last question for Maysa Kayali from Kuwait Municipality, the consultant to the Municipality General Manager. Ms. Maysa, now there is no point, of course, of rainforest here in Kuwait because of the amount of natural resources that we need to use. Now, how is this possible to be adapted here in Kuwait? Maybe reshape it, as Ms. Wendy said, think outside the box and maybe change the idea and make it applicable to Kuwait.
بالنسبة لبلدية الكويت، طبعا الإجابة على أنك تحولي الصحراء الكويت إلى رين فورست مو موضوع قابل للنقاش، إنما طبعا مثل ما قلتي ريشيبين إت. بلدية الكويت أطلقت عدة مشاريع تهدف إلى أنها تحول مساحات شاسعة غير مستخدمة إلى مساحات خضراء، وهي ضمن النقاط اللي أتحدث عنها اليوم بإذن الله، اللي هن مشاريع تطوير ساحل الصليبيخات وواجهة الجهراء، ومشاريع كبيرة وممكن جدا أنها تقوم بريشيبينج the concept of greening the desert إذا كنا بدنا نقول المفهوم بهذا الشكل. أيضا بلدية الكويت المساهم بموضوع الحد من تصريف المياه بطريقة سيئة. تراخيص البلدية بتتضمن أنها لازم يكون في ربط شبكة مياه الأمطار بعيداً عن شبكة التصريف الصحي. فهي كانت المساهمة من الكويت بأنه تتحول جزء من التصريف الصحي للمياه إلى طريقة مفيدة. بتمنى أن يكون جاوبت على السؤال.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Mesa. Now, thank you to the speaker and to the discussant. The speaker was from Singapore National Parks Board, Government of Singapore, Ms. Wendy Yap Weeman, Director of International Biodiversity Conservation. And the discussants for this session were General Secretariat of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development, Dr. Khalid Mahdi, the Secretary General. From Kuwait Environment Public Authority, Dr. Abdullah Zaidan, Deputy Director General of Technical Affairs. From Kuwait Municipality, Ms. Mesa Kayali, the consultant to the Municipality General Manager. And lastly, we have from Public Authority for Housing Welfare, Mr. Nasser Khrebat, Deputy DG for Planning and Designing Unit. Thank you very much for this fruitful session. Of course, we are now going to move to session number 4, titled Promoting Renewable Energy Investment. This is going to be session 2. Please, I'd like to welcome the presenter for this session, United Nations Development Program, Dr. Kishan Khudey, UNDP Regional Team Leader, Nature, Climate and Energy. And our discussants for this session from Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mullah, the Executive Director for Energy and Building Research Center. From Ministry of Electricity and Water, Mr. Nabil Abdal, Director of Private Sector Projects Department. And last but not least for this session, from Intertech Holding Company, we have Mr. Abdullah Al-Mtairi, CEO, Deputy Chairman of the Board. Welcome to this session. This session is going to be, as I said, about promoting renewable energy investment. We're starting off with Dr. Kishan and his presentation.
Thanks very much. Pleasure to be with everyone today. So happy to kick off this session on the idea of scaling up renewable energy in Kuwait and achieving this part of the National Development Plan. So as mentioned, I'm Kishan. I'm the Regional Team Leader for Nature, Climate Change and Energy for UNDP, for the UN Development Program in the Arab region from our regional office. And as some of you know, we're the UN's largest provider of assistance to countries globally and in the Arab region on things like climate change and energy. So what I'm going to do is present a bit of an overview about some of the ideas for achieving this part of the NDP, looking at some of the experiences that we've had with other countries in the region, particularly on some of the priorities mentioned in the NDP. So I'm going to now share my screen and present briefly a few things. So now, I assume that that's visible to everybody. So as way of background, as we know, just in recent months, we had the high-level dialogue on energy globally, with a focus on raising ambition globally on the sustainable energy agenda and trying to achieve the 2030 objectives under the SDGs and the NDCs. So this is a new push, vision for higher ambition and ways to increase, accelerate results on the ground. So it's estimated that trillions of dollars, over 15 trillion of new investments will be needed in clean energy by 2030. And a big barrier to actually achieving this is, of course, to reduce investor risk. So what kind of policies, what kind of institutions and other aspects of it, having an enabling environment locally to actually engage what some call, of course, the biggest market opportunity in the coming decades, the energy transition. So as we know, in the Arab region, there's been a small level of solar and wind power in the region, let's say around 1%. So at the same time, it's of course the world's largest host of solar radiation. So this gap between having the world's leading levels of solar radiation, but having very little capacity to convert this into electricity to date. But this is starting to change. And so as we've seen over the last decade or so, there's been a 10-fold increase in solar capacities in particular across the Arab region. So that's a positive sign. And so there's many countries that are making quite good progress. So as you'll see from this is from our annual energy report called the Arab Future Energy Index, AFEX report that we do with the League of Arab States. And so we see that over this period, there's been a significant, from a very low level to a higher level, over a 10-fold increase. So some positive signs owing to kind of policies, new space for the private sector in about 4 or 5 countries in the region in particular have made a lot of advancements. So if you look at the targets across the region, the 2030 targets across the region, what you see here is mainly the green bar and the red bar. The green bar is, of course, the targets that countries have set across the region. And the red bar is the gap that remains. So in most cases, the red and the green are matching because there hasn't been too much progress to date on the 2030 targets in most countries on the list. In some, you'll see some, of course, with the big projects in Egypt and Morocco and Jordan, UAE, etc. So this includes Kuwait, of course, with the 2030 targets in Kuwait, of course, to go to 15% of the energy mix by 2030 from renewables. So one thing to accelerate this energy transition and achieve these targets, there's various elements of it, of course. There's the finance investment element, the market structure, but there's also, very importantly, from our perspective, the bottom part of this, which is really a base for the top, which are the institutional capacities, having the right kind of institutions and governance, energy governance, and vitally the policies. And so this will be the main focus for the remainder of the presentation and discussion, is really looking at action plans and policies to actually achieve this goal of energy transition. So of course, under the NDP, it of course highlights the vision to have national action plans on renewable energy and energy efficiency under the Kuwait NDP, as well as the institutional and regulatory environment for scaled up investments and role of the private sector. So this is a key part and an important part, of course, of the NDP to achieve the goal of the 15% share of the energy mix by 2030 being from renewable energy. Now, a key way to achieve this is by developing what are called the National Energy Efficiency Action Plans, NEAPs, as well as National Renewable Energy Action Plans, or NREAPs. These are tools, instruments that were inspired by the rise of these kind of plans across the Eurozone about a decade ago. And they've emerged also across the Arab region over the past decade as one of the tools for establishing national priorities and targets for the energy transition. And to facilitate this, the League of Arab States has established also over the last decade guidelines and templates for doing NREAPs and NEAPs. So they're both important tools, useful tools for achieving the goals of this energy transition. In the Arab region, there's a number of countries, about 5-6 countries that have already done NREAPs and NEAPs. Some of them are shown here. So these encapsulate, of course, the general target of the percentage share by 2030, but the plans obviously go into a lot more detail about the vision for achieving it, operationalizing it, different sectors, different parts of the country, different kinds of policies and regulations needed, and the rest of it. So Bahrain, Tunisia, Sudan, Qatar, Lebanon, and Palestine have gone through that process. A lot of good lessons and experiences that Kuwait can learn from in doing its own NREAP. So I'll just talk a little bit about the example of your neighbor in Bahrain, where what we did is establish what we call the Sustainable Energy Program. It lasted for about 5 years. The government provided about $6 million for the program, and that was used for undertaking various activities The most important was to establish what's now called the Sustainable Energy Authority, or initially Sustainable Energy Unit, or SU. And so establishing a new institution as a kind of national hub to develop the NREAP, but also all the regulations to implement the plan as well, including partnerships with industry, et cetera. And so this is what the NREAP in Bahrain focused on, this increased ambition about the PV capacity, as well as specific systems such as net metering and the PV tenders and the whole system, specific focus on buildings in particular. So new renewable energy policies that came alongside development of the NREAP and the SE and the authority. Alongside that, the project also helped develop 3 new energy policies, renewable energy policies, to actually achieve the plan. And 8 new initiatives, renewable energy initiatives, were launched alongside the process of developing the plan as well. At the same time, the same program, Sustainable Energy Program in Bahrain, also helped to develop the NEAP, so the Energy Efficiency Action Plan. So both were done in tandem. We did both in tandem, the renewable energy and the energy efficiency plan, in the same process and the same program. And that helped shape this vision, 6% energy efficiency target by 2025. The business case for it, how much cost savings, how much investment savings the country would achieve through enhancing energy conservation. And also helping develop a number, 22 initiatives actually to implement the plan. So again, not just designing a plan as a document, but also bringing together the partnerships, public and private partnerships, to implement it in different sectors. So a big focus, of course, on buildings, but also industry, transport, power. So this is a very good success story, I would say. Good lessons learned. Also very much tailored in the Gulf context, in the oil gas exporting kind of economy context. Particularly this point of enhancing, the national institutional capacity, as mentioned earlier, through this new Sustainable Energy Authority. But also, as I said, the policy framework. So the use of NREAPs and NEAPs as a point to bring partners together and kind of advance the kind of policy reform process. So bringing new innovation into the policies and regulations, but it also catalyzed new finance, of course. So de-risked the environment. So on that point, I'll move to the last section briefly of my presentation, which is on scaling of finance and accelerating implementation. So once you put in place improved institutional capacity and improved action plans and policy framework, implementing that, of course, is the main focus, right? So from the UNDP's perspective, one of our main areas of cooperation with countries globally and in the Arab region, including the cases I just mentioned before, is on what we call de-risking sustainable energy investments, right? So reducing the risk, transferring the risk, compensating the risk. So as an investor, a lot of the focus is on trying to manage the risks before making an investment, right? So which varies, of course, quite widely across the Arab region in particular. So in terms of reducing risks, we're working with governments to put in place very specific types of policy frameworks, not the broad kind of action plan, but very specific policies and regulations that help to reduce the risk to potential investors. Also ways to transfer the risk, right, through design of credit lines, roles of the banks, guarantees and the rest. And of course, compensating for risks as well, as it's needed during a project lifetime. So the process of de-risking investments and putting in place all these specific regulations and other aspects is really to increase the financial returns of investments to make it more attractive for private investors. But as part of the process of, so on one hand, reducing the risk of investments, and on the other hand, increasing the financial returns, so making it more attractive and cost-effective. These are the specific kinds of public instruments that we support through the technical assistance, through these kind of projects that we do, such as that Bahrain case I mentioned, but others as well. So specific kinds of public instruments, feed-in tariffs and PPA bidding processes. These are kind of more of the kind of general cornerstone type regulations instruments. But then there's very select kind of de-risking instruments, including setting the long-term RD targets, so having clarity on the targets, for example, between different sectors, et cetera. Permitting processes, as well as specific fiscal instruments, fiscal policies when it comes to lending and loan guarantees and the risk insurance. So getting into very specific types of pieces of the puzzle. So when we do part of the process of these initiatives of helping to develop the action plans and the implementation plan is to look at what are the barriers to actually scaling up finance to implement the plans, right? So apart from just relying on public grants or public financing from the Shura, there's also this view, of course, to bringing in the private sector and investors. So what are actually barriers, right? Why hasn't it happened? So how do you overcome those? So looking at a mapping, this is just a quick example, not to go through the whole thing, but this is just an example of some of the analyses that are done under the projects to look at what are the barriers, underlying barriers in the market for investor participation. It could be tariffs, it could be the standards, it could be competing subsidies. And then on that right side is what are the instruments that can help address each of these barriers. Again, I'm not going to go through the thing. This is just just to show a snapshot of more of the example of like this mapping that's done, the assessment and analysis then of what are the specific kind of policies and instruments that could be put in place, public instruments like regulations, et cetera, that can help to overcome some of these various barriers that are hindering more scaled up investments into renewable energy. So I won't dwell on that, but we can share more information on some of these details of these past experiences and analyses. I want to come to the example on that front of de-risking. I want to come to the example like I did for Bahrain. I want to use the example of our program in Tunisia, which is specifically on this issue of de-risking renewable energy, right, on scaling up investment. So we helped to design the plan, first of all, what's called the Tunisia Solar Plan, which set this goal of 30% renewables into the national energy mix by 2030. So again, that's like an ENRI app or the planning side of things. But then how do you implement this by scaling up investment? So first, the analysis of what are the investment needs to achieve the Tunisia Solar Plan by 2030. And so looking at the analysis, $7.43 billion specifically across different sectors, different types of renewable solutions, and the rest of it. So doing a very comprehensive analysis, what's actually needed investment-wise alongside the government's financing, but beyond that, for private sector, et cetera, to implement the plan. And so looking at those investment needs, looking at across different risk categories and the financing costs, right? For example, across wind and solar. And what are the costs of equity for equity investors? What are the costs of debt for debt investors, right? And what is the change, in the cost effectiveness if they put in place these specific de-risking policies, these new regulation policies? What kind of reductions of the cost can there be? So we see here the gap between the one side and the other, the reductions of cost from these different policies at the bottom, if these de-risking policies are put in place. So this is a kind of the more detail of the point of how these policies can make it more attractive for investment and reduce the barriers. So again, more specific examples, the cost of electricity. So with the baseline investment, the brown box there, looking at, what would be the cost in a general investment scenario, and then using these de-risking instruments to make it even more attractive to scale up investment and bring more investors. So it comes down the cost. So this is the point. If we see the middle bar versus the right bar, from the post de-risking, these investments are meant to actually reduce the barriers and make it more attractive for investors. So in that specific example of the case of our de-risking program in Tunisia, the analysis shows that by putting in investments of 287 million euros toward the de-risking measures to the policy reform, the institutional reform, and the rest of it, that can catalyze close to $2 billion of private sector investments, right? So it's kind of like the return on the investment of doing the de-risking measures, the analysis, like what's going to come out of it if you put in this much for doing these de-risking measures, how much actually scalable investment you can foresee. So doing very specific analyses, different types of wind versus solar, and looking at different parts of the country and different scenarios. So I won't get into too much of the details, but this is just to show some of the examples again from the Tunisia case of the analysis that was done to support the implementation of the plan. So to wrap up on this pillar, on the implementation, the technology costs have fallen a lot, obviously, the last decade. But the financing costs, are something that needs to be addressed when we think about doing a plan and implementing it, right? So specific kinds of instruments, as I mentioned earlier. And the challenge here is to identify the package of policy instruments, what will be the best, especially in the unique context of a high-income oil exporting economy, of course, with different kinds of context to standard middle-income country or non-oil exporting economy. So takeaways: best outcomes occur when policymakers address investor risks in design of the NREAP and national action plans and looking at implementation. Investing in these kind of things is a very cost-effective way against direct financial incentives. And market transformation, of course, is a long process. And so we need to think of it as a phased incremental approach on the road to 2030. Last but not least, a few seconds on how we could play a part in that. And we're happy to be part of this session in particular. So we have our UNDP programs and our policy support to countries across the region. We help develop national programs for this goal of institutional capacity development, new policies and plans, of course, providing direct advice as a global institution on things like how it links to the SDGs or the Paris Agreement and the rest. Analyses, scenarios like KNEO, of course, was a famous one that we helped to start up through our partnership. Of course, building partnerships and resource mobilization, given our role as the UN's largest provider of assistance on climate change and sustainable energy, and other roles, of course, community dialogues such as the one today. Across the Arab region, just as a context, quick snapshot. So we have about $300 million of grants going on today, 75 projects across the Arab region, with $1 billion of financing from public and private partners as well. So we work across all 20 plus countries across the Arab region. We have a big team for this. So we have a few colleagues specifically dedicated to energy in my team here at the regional office, but also a big team on climate and other aspects of the challenge. So we stand ready to follow up and work very closely with partners after this event where there's interest. So I stop there, and thanks again. So I hand it back over to the MC. Thanks.
Presentation. I'd like to ask the discussants if you have any comments or questions to Dr. Keshan. And excuse me. And I'd like to ask Dr. Khalid Mahdi if he would like to join and have any comment or question.
Excuse me, I have a question, if you allow me. Nabil Abdal.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course, Dr. Nabil.
Yes, I'm Nabil Abdal, Director of the Private Sector Project Department in the Ministry of Electricity and Water and RA. Thank you, Mr. Keshan, for you have stated as information and about the risk analysis and etc. I have a question concerning the cost and the tariff. I wonder whether it's correct or not. I have heard now if you are going to build a new power plant using RE, like in solar and wind energies, the cost and tariff is much less than what it is on last 10 years. Is that correct? And the tariff as well. Mr. Keshan, did you hear me?
Maybe Dr. Keshan needs to unmute his mic so we can all hear him.
Yeah, sorry, the organizer had it under control, the mute, so I couldn't.
Okay, I was saying.
No, I heard you. Yeah, it was just my mute was frozen. So. Yeah. No, thanks for the question. I think it varies quite widely between contexts by countries. I don't think that it will be the same necessarily the same dynamic everywhere. I'm not totally sure what you're referring to, honestly speaking.
I mean, how much percent it is reduced from the last 10 years about the cost and tariff as well?
Over the last 10 years, yes. Honestly, we need to get back to you on that. I'd have to ask the energy colleagues in my team, actually, the details of that study. We have the annual reports we do on energy. So some of the data will be from that, but we'll be happy to share that with you.
Because actually I heard it is a big drop in the cost. That's why I wanted to hear from you.
Oh, you mean the overall cost, I see, yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know the exact figure. Yeah, definitely. There's been a big drop. Definitely, yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, that's part of the reason why we've seen this 10 times increase of renewable energy capacity in the Arab region. Especially, we've seen some of the record prices, low prices in Saudi and UAE in particular over the last several years. So I think there's been, right. So I think in the Gulf specifically, there's been this quite direct and kind of a supportive role of the government policy and the government and the public companies, also the role, Aqua and the rest. So I think in the Gulf specifically, we've seen this dramatic reduction of costs, of course.
And maybe another question from your point of view, what do you think the most challenging risk in applying or the RE sources in electrical power generation, the most risks you have experienced?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely varies by context. So, we work on doing renewable energy everywhere from Egypt and Morocco to Bahrain and KSA, all the way to, of course, Yemen and Syria and Lebanon. So it's quite a broad variety of contexts in the Arab region that we work. In the Gulf specific context, I mean, I think it's actually going beyond risks if we see what's happening in places like KSA and UAE. I mean, they're really expanding rapidly on the solar capacities, actually. So I think a lot of the investor risk actually is being addressed quite effectively in many of the contexts, even like Jordan, Egypt, Morocco, UAE, now in Saudi too. They've taken quite aggressive measures actually to reduce some of those investor risks that I presented. Those are the main, there's a lot of risks that investors had in the region generally, given the situation.
So maybe the laws and in each country can affect hardly in that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, so you see in the UAE and KSA specifically, the kind of some of the regulatory changes that they made that made it more attractive, the sector as a sector to come up, to rise for local energy use, for local electricity use, I should say, and keep the oil for export. No? So this has been a quite effective business model.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you both for your questions, answers, and comments. Now, I would like to start asking the discussants several questions. But before I start asking, I'd like to ask Dr. Ahmed Al-Mulla to prepare his presentation, since we are going to start presenting it in less than 5 minutes. But let me start asking Dr. Nabil, now you were asking, I'd like to ask you this question. Now, what are the current ongoing projects to increase and promote renewable energy in Kuwait?
Yeah, actually, I'm glad to say that we in MEW are having upcoming mega projects in RE sources in electrical power generation in coordination with KAB, the Kuwait Authority of Partnership Project. First project is Al Shagaya Phase 2, which total net capacity of 1,500 megawatt. The total area allocated for this project about 32 kilometers square. And the technologies, the RE technologies, we use the CSP and PV and wind energy. Also, we have Al Shagaya Phase 3. Sorry. Also, this total net capacity 2,000 megawatt. Total area allocated for this project about 56 kilometers square. Also comprising of the three technologies: CSP, concentrated solar power, and photovoltaic PV and wind energy. Al Shagaya Phase 2 expected the COD commercial operation date in 2027, and for the Al Shagaya Phase 3 about 2028. It might be launched in one project together a total 3,500 megawatt. This is on the IPP scheme project in coordination with CAP. But also we as MEW have other projects on EPC basis. We have Al Abdaliya PV project, it is ranges 130 to 150 megawatt. The allocated area about 2.28 kilometers square. Also, this is expected to be in 2028. We have another project, maybe a small one, which is called installing photovoltaic panels on the underground concrete storage water tanks in Sabia. It's about 30 megawatt. So if we add all this project as IPP 3,500 megawatt plus the 150 megawatt in Abdaliya and 30 megawatt on the water tanks plus the 70 megawatt phase one Al Shagai, which is done by KISA, we will end up with about 3,750 megawatt by 2028. I think this will achieve about 13.5% of the electricity demand from RE sources by 2028. If we
now,
add, yeah.
Yes, Dr. Nabil. Now, to achieve all this, I'm sure you might face some challenges. What are the challenges that you're facing, and is there any collaboration with the private sector?
Of course, as I said, the two mega projects, Al Shagaya phase 2 and phase 3, will be with the private sector. It will be as a PPP.
Okay.
Yeah, public-private partnership projects.
Okay. Yeah. And the challenges to achieve this goal?
I hope there will be no challenges, maybe except, as I said, the laws in Kuwait. Maybe we as MEW, we have good experience in Azul North phase 1 and a project as the first IWPP project. So maybe we have some lessons learned from there, so we can contribute in the future projects to avoid any challenges, hopefully.
Hopefully. Yes, Dr. Ahmed, are you ready for your presentation? I believe that he has 2 slides to present.
Yeah, I am unable to share my screen. Yes, now I can.
Yes, now you can share it.
Yeah, but I have. Okay. I think I am having difficulties. Just give me a.
Yes, sure. We'll give you a few minutes until you are ready.
Switch to someone something.
Yes.
Give me a couple of minutes. Like.
Sure. Yes, Mr. Kishan. Now, how can we apply the investment here in Kuwait? You talked a lot about the investment. How can we do this in Kuwait? Is it applicable?
Huh?
Okay, I believe Dr. Ahmed is not able to share his screen.
Yes, I think so. Is it showing in your?
Yes, it is showing.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Yeah. I have a couple of 2 slides. This is a conceptual model that we have put together to show how can we develop a structure of eco-city energy network. So if we see in the middle, the success of this is based on collaboration of government and the private sectors, especially in developing proper regulations to enable investment and of course the financial aspect is very important to advance the private sector to take a major share on energy, especially for renewable energy and also energy efficiency. So if we see this, the conceptual model in the left, we have the challenges. The challenges is the clean energy, energy efficiency, climate change, urban resilience, clean water, and sustainable transportation and waste energy. There are enabling technologies on the right side, and we have like Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, and other things. So by this, we have on the left the demand and the supply. If we bring it together with the proper regulations, we will be able to open up for the private sector to invest on this. On the second slide, the structure of ecosystem energy network. On the left side, it is the central power plant, including low carbon and renewables. Like we can go for large thermal power plants, the conventional, but with more clean energy. Large photovoltaic power plant, this, as my friend Engineer Abdal has spoke just a few minutes ago, on Shigaya phase 1. We already it is already implemented there 10 megawatt photovoltaic central power plant. Large wind power plant, the same in Shigaya. There is a wind power plant with a size of 10 megawatt. Large solar thermal power plant, also Shigaya has 50 CSP there, which is working really good. Additionally, renewable energy desalination and small modular reactors. For on terms of energy and information network, smart grid, the Ministry of Electricity and Water has moved, as I spoke on my speech, have started installing the smart meters, which would help the implementation of a smart grid in Kuwait. Of course, there are other things, district energy storage, information multi-network, and intelligent control systems. Additionally, the distributed energy supply, KISAR, with support of KFAS, have done a number of pilot projects building integrated PV. We have done for almost 150 houses. Other types of buildings like schools and cooperative societies. So there are successful stories. However, to get all these things implemented, we have to develop a proper regulations and policies and incentive programs to give the private sector a big role to invest and really having a bigger share in the future. Now, as Ms. Engineer Abdal have said, Shigaya only, we are expecting after completion of phase 2 and 3, around 3.5 thousand megawatt will be added to the grid. And if proper policies and incentive programs were implemented.
Sorry, 3.5 gigawatt.
3.7
3.5 gigawatt.
Yeah, I said 3,700 megawatt.
Yeah.
3,700 megawatt.
Yes. Yeah.
And additionally, if we go to the distributed energy supply, and we put the proper policies, and we promote the PV integrated on buildings, I think we are expecting to add another 3 to 4 thousand megawatts. So by just putting the proper policies and incentive programs, I think Kuwait could reach easily by 2030 7 to 8 megawatts from Shigaya and PV building integrated. And I think this is the conceptual model we proposed in Kisar, and definitely it can be updated with other stakeholders, especially with the Ministry of Electricity and Water and Renewable Energy. But we think this is the conceptual model that we could work on it in the future.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now, Dr. Ahmed, let me ask you this question. What is the importance of the Kuwait Institute Scientific Research, the role of promoting renewable energy? How important is it?
Yes. Thank you for this good question. Kisar has worked in renewable energy since 1970s and early 1980s. Kuwait put together the first solar thermal power plant in Sulaybiyah back in 1981 in collaboration with the Germans. So we have tremendous experience on that. And definitely on the past 15 years, from 2006, we have implemented a number of important projects. All these, and definitely Shigaya Phase 1 was done by Kisar. So all these experiences that we have in Kisar, we can put it together with the Ministry of Electricity and Water and Renewable Energy, as well as other private and government sectors to support them technically to promote the renewable energy applications. I think the role of Kisar is very important due to our previous experiences, and I think the smart grid it should be emphasized by the MEW to enable the promote and of course proper regulations, and we can help a lot in developing these regulations and policies and incentive programs for the ministry to implement to promote the renewable energy. Additionally, Kisar could work very closely with people who are really would like to invest on renewable energy for small and medium-sized enterprises. We could help them technically to develop their capacities and get involved on this. So Kisar has a big role to put policies and technical support for the government, as well as supporting the private sector to establish the small and medium-sized enterprises.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now, let me ask this question. It's a general question to the speakers or discussants. How to encourage renewable energy investment in Kuwait at all levels?
Can you say the question again, please?
How can we encourage the renewable energy investment in Kuwait?
شاهد السؤال هذا وايد عام ترى.
Yes, so that's why I said it's a general question.
Let me take it. And before I go ahead, we need to ask Mr. Kishan some of the interesting things that he mentioned about de-risking.
Sure, feel free.
Mr. Kishan, when you mentioned about the de-risking of the investment and your experience, as well as the UNDP experience with the Kingdom of Bahrain based on the establishment. What it came to my mind when I look at that, at the scheme that you presented, it requires a change, a restructure of how the utility and energy sector is being governed in the Kingdom of Bahrain. So what is the governance that the Kingdom of Bahrain actually implemented as a part of the change to include in order to implement your initiative? As far as I can see, there are some authorities being formed, some companies being formed. The role of the Ministry of Energy is changed. A renewable energy authority is being established. Am I right? Because I do believe that whatever investment scheme that comes to Shahid al-Matruk question should be actually being put properly based on a proper utility and energy sector governance. Currently in Kuwait, we have Ministry of Electricity and Water, and renewable energy is the dominant, the regulator, the policy maker, as well as the operator of the whole electricity and water sector in the country. The only thing we have is Shamal Azur, which is basically a public-private partnership establishment, which is already established without having a regulation. It's already been governed by the Ministry of Water and Electricity. So I want your comments on that. So how do I bring investor for renewable energy or for the energy sector in general, and at the same time I do not have the proper utility sector governance in the country? I want to hear your comments on that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I mean, I don't think I have the answer in general, because it's a big question and it's quite a strategic point about governance reform in Kuwait. So I don't know if I have all the answers for that, but
I don't want you to shed the light on Kuwait, but on the idea or the concept. I mean, am I be able to implement investment, or de-risking the investment, or let the private sector to jump in with a governance that might be hindering investment to the country? So, but I will leave it to your experience with the Kingdom of Bahrain, because to me, I am very much interested to know what make it successful.
Yeah, so I mean, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, right? They've all done different aspects of what you're talking about. So in Saudi Arabia, they have dedicated also institutions for this renewable energy agenda. UAE, they also have very specific, like the DEWA, that kind of arrangement, but they also have other elements, pieces of the puzzle to advance that. And Oman as well has its own unique setup. So actually, I mean, I agree with you. I think there has to be some level of the changes of the policies and procedures, probably, to make it more attractive for the investors. So that's honestly, that's part of this kind of de-risking idea. So it's not just a specific regulation that has to be enacted or issued by just like by ministry or by the Shura, et cetera. It's actually the way of doing business, probably to some extent, also in the relevant departments and agencies. So this is what, from our experience, what we also are seeing in the other partners. So just to take example of Bahrain, sticking to your point about the Bahrain case. So the Sustainable Energy Authority, which is a little bit controversial, and I had a process involved in it, of course, because as you said, I mean, Bahrain is not as big in the oil exporting context as the neighbors. Anyway, but so this served as a kind of like a facilitator, honestly, as kind of like a way of connecting the dots between different ministries, because the same kind of scenario, there was different agencies, different departments and ministries that had pieces of the puzzle. And so this authority actually was able to serve as a kind of like, I don't want to say like, almost like a neutral point to actually discuss what kind of new policies and regulations should be put getting the consensus of different agencies actually. So it's not just in the control of one unit. It's not a new agency like as a big pillar. It's more of a kind of like a coordinating or facilitating really. And this is useful. We can see this in Saudi also, like the National Energy Efficiency Center, which UNDP helped to establish through the project, the SEEC, the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center. It also has a similar role actually, apart from Ministry of Petroleum and others. So, and I think probably there's something like this in UAE also in a way. So it's almost like a new type of entity, you could say, like outside of the conventional box, so to speak, that's helping to bring innovative ideas, partners, and but in close concert with the conventional, with the standard agencies like you're talking. So I think that's an interesting thing to consider. I don't know if it applies to Kuwait at all.
Now, one of the issues that we would like to come back to, the question she had raised, is in Kuwait, our lucrative scheme for investment is a takeoff agreement between the government and the investor. So the investor is guaranteed through a takeoff agreement with the government. So I consider this is the most lucrative investment scheme because you have a guaranteed revenue for 40 or 30 years based on your contract through public-private partnership. But other countries, to the best of my knowledge, they have maybe a collection system that will be implemented by the company itself, which is providing the utility. I mean, they are responsible to collect the charges from the citizens or from the users. Here in Kuwait, we don't. The investment we have is a takeoff agreement with the investor, which make it really lucrative for investment. And actually, speaking of de-risking, it is zero risk in Kuwait when you are, as an investor, coming in a hand with the government, buying the electricity, and we will do the selling or the providing to our citizen and our users. So that's what makes investment in Kuwait, Shahid, back to your question, more lucrative than any other scheme around in the area. Thank you. Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Khalid, Dr. Kishan. Now, we have a couple of questions from the chat box. I hope that we can answer them within 1 minute because we are running out of time. We are close to the break time. So let me ask this question for you, and whoever feels like this is more related to their entity can answer this question. Question number 1 says, how is Kuwait committed to accelerating the energy transition and decarbonizing the global energy system by making zero emissions?
Well, that's quite a strategic question. Yes, we are committed. We just finalized a work done with ISQA. KISAR is also participating in this work, and MEW also has been participating on the zero emission. And the work that we are doing with the ISQA, which is not fully finalized, is to come up with a strategic white paper that address the energy transition around the world and the zero emission strategies. We call it تحولات الطاقة, energy transitions. And it will be announced very soon, and it's been integrated as a part of CCE, this Carbon Circular Economy initiative, part of the government program. So yes, we are moving toward that transition, and it's been already included and announced as a part of the government program and the pillar of implementing and expanding and the renewable energy in the country. So it is already there in the government program and actually reflect some of the policy that I introduced in the national plan. Less than 1 minute. Okay, Sheikh.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Moving to question number 2 that says, Kuwait is blessed with a long coastal line suitable for wind energy production. Why it's not much in attention?
Well, I leave MEW to answer why they insist to have power station on the coastal line. I don't want them in the coastal line. How's that? Okay, Mr. Engineer Nader will answer. Nabil, afwan. will definitely knows more than me.
Of course, we need to make our power plant a coastal line. This is for the cooling, for the steam, the cooling the steam in the condensers for the conventional power plants, which is that's why we don't use the. For example, we don't think to put solar or wind turbine technologies power plants in the coastal line. This we need for the conventional type of power plants for the need of the seawater to cool the steam inside the condensers.
Okay. Last question in the session is, so I guess this was the last question. We are done. I hope that we covered everything. Final words for Dr. Kishan, if you have any last word for the session.
Yeah, no, I mean, thanks. I think this is really interesting discussion and really good luck to all the partners. I think this is really ambitious vision to go from the 1% to the 15% in the next several years, renewable energy share. And definitely, I think a lot of good lessons is the point, good models to look at inside the region, actually. And I think this can really be important, shifting to renewable energy sources for local use can really be an important factor of achieving the overall development goals of 2030 and ensuring that there's more of a inclusive and green economy being pursued. So definitely look forward to further discussions actually based on this. Thanks so much.
Dr. Khalid Mahdi.
I think it's more enough has been said.
All right. Dr. Ahmed Al-Mulla.
I think this session is was good, and I think Kuwait and the experts with the United UNDP could work together to develop a really good implementation plan for renewable energy, promotion of renewable energy in Kuwait, especially with emphasis of private sector to take the lead on the future.
Wonderful. Engineer Nabil.
Actually, I have some small question to Mr. Kishan. That is it better to have separate electrical grid that will be dedicated for the electrical power generated for using RE sources, or we just to avoid any disturbance for the main grid? Mr. Kishan, did you hear my question?
Yes, I was just waiting for the host to unmute me. They control the mute button. So yeah. So I haven't seen this too much in practice, actually, honestly speaking. In most of the things I've seen, it's just integration with the main grid, honestly.
So it is not essential. It's not essential.
I don't know. It has to be based on the Kuwait context. I mean, maybe it's something to do with the sandstorm or some other factors, or I don't know. Actually, I mean, it has to be very just unique to the plan. In the plan, it has to be taken into consideration. I think in the NREAP, if it's developed such a plan, because it's maybe it's important, maybe it's useful in the Kuwait context to do this. Yeah.
Is there any country in the world applied this thing or not?
Not that I know. I have to check with my team. Honestly, I haven't heard that too much. Interesting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to the presenter and discussant, the presenter from the United Nations Development Program, Dr. Kishan Khudai, UNDP Regional Team Leader, Nature, Climate and Energy. Discussants were Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mulla, Executive Director for Energy and Building Research Center. From the Ministry of Electricity and Water, Mr. Nabil Abdal, Director of Private Sector Projects Department. Thank you so much for this fruitful session. We are going to have a break for 20 minutes and then we'll get back to you. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our virtual session, Eco Cities. We have already finished 2 sessions that were very fruitful. We are left with 3 more sessions that we are about to start. So, session number 3, titled Waste Management and Recycling. Please welcome with me the speaker and discussants for this session. The presenter, Mr. Ko Song Chan, Jeju Self-Governing Province, Government of Republic of Korea, but the speaker on behalf of Mr. Ko Song will be Mr. Hwan Ju Lee, the IR Associate of Jeju Province. And also welcome with me the discussants from Kuwait Environment Public Authority, Mr. Hussein Sarkho, the Senior Researcher, Technical Office. From Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, Dr. Sultan Salim, Research Scientist, Environment and Life Sciences Research Center. From Kuwait Municipalities, Engineer Masoum Al-Bloushi, Studies and Project Supervisor in Environmental Affairs Department. Last but not least, for this session, from Kuwait Direct Investment Promotion Authority, Mr. Mohammed Al-Sabbagh, Director of the Follow-Up and Audit Department. Welcome everyone to this session. We will start it now with the speaker of the session, Mr. Hwan Ju Lee.
Hello everyone. Let me just introduce the director, Mr. Ko Song Chan. He will just make a very short greetings.
예, 반갑습니다. 저희 제주특별자치도 자유원 순환 정책을 발표하게 돼서 너무 영광이고요. 그리고 여러분들에게 조그만 도움이 됐으면 합니다.
Okay, Mr. Ko just said it is a great honor to make a presentation of the case of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, and I hope it will be helpful for your policy. Okay, just let me briefly let me start my presentation. Okay. Can you see the slide of the presentation? No?
I can see it, but it's I think it's all on the side.
Okay, I see.
So you need to align it.
No, I just shared my presentation, and can you see that? Can you see them all?
No, nothing has changed.
Okay.
So as you prepare your presentation, Mr. Juan, let me give a brief on this session. The session aims to discuss the development of an effective system for the waste management system in order to reduce the harmful effects on human health and the environment. Mr. Juan, the presentation is very zoomed in, so you need to zoom out.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just sent them my PowerPoint materials, but I cannot just show you my presentation. Okay. Okay, now can you see the sorry. All right. This is I'm the Hwan Lee, and I'm working for Jeju provincial government, and as an international relations associate, it is my great honor to make a presentation on the Jeju special self-governing province resource circulation policy today. But I don't think you people just are not aware of the Jeju Island. So let me just briefly explain about the Jeju Island in South Korea. The size of the island, actually this is the island, southernmost island in Korean Peninsula, and the size of the island is approximately 1,800 square kilometers, which means approximately 3 times bigger than Singapore and Seoul metropolitan areas. And this island is located between China and Japan, so it provides the geopolitical importance, but the population is just less than 700,000. The size is big, but the population is very small. This is a tourist destination because it has a great natural beauty, natural environment asset, and UNESCO recognized the Jeju's natural beauties, and it gains the status of 3 titles, including Biosphere Reserve and World Natural Heritages and Global Geopark. So you can see the natural beauties of Jeju Island, the spring and summer and fall season and winter season. Even this island is equipped with world-class hospitality infrastructure. And also this island has a strong wind. So we just generated renewable energy from the wind and operated electric vehicles. So today, let me explain about the resource circulation policy of Jeju government. My presentation will be divided into 3 parts: waste generation and treatment characteristics, and resource circulation
Mr.
initiatives.
Juan, I apologize to interrupt you, but your presentation is frozen. So the slides, so we still see the same slide.
Okay.
Which is the very first one. If possible, we can share it from our side.
Okay.
Is that fine?
Okay. Can you do that? Actually,
yes.
Okay, please.
Just give us a few moments.
Okay.
We would have loved to see Jeju, because we wanted to see how beautiful it is, like you mentioned. So we're going to have to restart it again. Now we can see it, yes. The content,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, my presentation will be divided into 3 parts: waste generation and treatment characteristics, and resource circulation initiative, and initiatives by the sectors, private and public sector. Next. Okay, the first of all, waste generation and treatment characteristics. Next, please. Okay, Jeju is an island of tourism where waste, including various daily necessities, and also tourists are just coming to the island, while the amount of the outflow is extremely small. So it has the limitation of the recycling of waste, and the waste generation increased 90.3% in 2019 compared to the 2005 due to the increase in tourist and also inflow population. And waste generation per person per day is 1.7 kilograms. And it is the highest volume in South Korea. So in addition, 85% of the total waste is recycled, and it is reclaimed 3.4% and also incinerated 9.59%. And next, please. So let me briefly explain about the discharging system within the island. The household waste is largely divided into recyclables and also volume-based waste bag system, and those are just discharged and collected. And first of all, citizens just separated the recyclables from collection boxes such as paper, plastic, cans, and also vinyls at the discharging point. We call the clean house and also recycling help center. And separately, discharged recyclables goes to the screening centers operated by the public and selected items by item and sell them to the recycling companies. And on the other hand, burning combustible waste is put in the white volume-based waste bag, and also non-combustible waste is collected in a special PP bag and discharged at the clean house or recycling help center and collected by the vehicles operated by the city administrations. So there are clean houses and also recycling help centers in Jeju Island, which is a special and advanced places to discharge household waste. So Jeju has had a lot of difficulties in disposing of the household waste due to its geographical characteristics. And I would like to share the story of the introducing the processing of the collecting and also changing the system of the household waste. Next, please. So you can see the picture. Before 1994, waste was just discharged by door-to-door collections in front of the house or on the street. And next, please. So you can see the picture of the volume-based waste bag and some special bag for non-combustible waste. So in 1994, Jeju just introduced the nation's first volume-based waste bag system. You can see the left side of the bag, and introduced the volume-based waste bag is a system that introduced the concept of the price for the waste, and waste who just discharge must purchase this kind of standard bags. So they must pay and put them in and discharge them. So if you just throw it away without just putting in this bag, the administration, city administration, that just does not collect those bags, and also they just impose a fine to the citizens. Next, please. So in 2006, it is the first to operate a clean house system. We call it clean house. So clean house is just the base and a hub or point for just discharging the household waste. And the clean house is a place where the plastic, bottles and paper, combustible waste, and also food waste can be just separated or discharged. So 2,157 those kind of clean houses are currently installed in the neighborhood of the villages. And the waste just discharged here will be collected by the items as an administrative collection vehicles. And next, please. However, as a household waste just increases rapidly, and the collection box of clean houses overflows with waste because damage to the surrounding the landscape, and it is difficult to dispose of the more waste subject to the incineration than the incinerators capacities. So landfills becomes crowded earlier. Next, please. Then Jeju government just introduced a system called the recycling product by day of the week since 2017 to discharge the different types of waste to clean house depend on the day of the week. So you can see the Monday through Sunday. Plastic can be discharged on Mondays, Wednesday, and Friday and Sundays, but paper types of waste can be discharged on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And waste should be just discharged only the time between the 3 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next days. Next, please. So this is the clean house, different type of the, this is the recycling center for us. So new waste discharge center called the Recycling Help Center will be just established and operated since 2016. And recycling help centers are just used as a place for the recycling education and also promotion program to citizens regardless of the time or day of the week without restriction on the waste discharge time and waste items. And 111 recycling help centers are currently in operation, and 300 to 500 citizens visit there and they just throw away the waste. Next, please. So recycling help center have a wide variety of systems in operation, and just let me briefly introduce a few. You can see the first picture, first photos. So just bring the cans and plastic bottles and paper packs, and just exchange them for waste volume based bag. You saw the photos the previous slide. And if you just bring the bottles of beverage or beer bottles, the deposit about 100 Korean won, that is just 10 cents of the US dollars. 10 cents will be just paid with one bottles, but there's no limitations. The more bottles, the more coins. And also the small waste home appliances such as fans and vacuum cleaners and dryers can be also discharged free of charge. And there is a system that can be just discharged free of charge for the waste food. So collected waste cooking oils is also supplied as a raw materials for the natural detergent. So the number of customers using the recycling help centers continues to increase, and also amount of the recycled goods recovered is also increasing now. Next slide, please. So looking at the Jeju's waste generation forecast, so it is expected to continue to increase, and household waste is expected to increase 6.1% in 2027 compared to the 2017. Next slide. And also next slide, please. So there are there's a lot of waste disposal facilities in Jeju, I mean infrastructure. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Okay. There are 10 landfill facilities within the island. You can see the photos, the first line. And you can see the second line. There are 6 incineration facilities. So we just burned those facilities. And you can see the photos on the right side of the bottom. We are just in the middle of the building the new incineration facilities. I will explain later. And next slide, please. And there are 5 food processing facilities within the island. We just separated, and also 5 recycling infrastructure facilities. You can see the bottom lines. And next slide, please. Okay, the second chapter, the direction of the resource circulation. Next, please. So Jeju's resource circulation vision and strategies are just lay the foundation for the peaceful coexistence cities between the nature and human beings, and self-reliant resource circulation society. That is our vision of the provincial government. Next, please. And you can see the tables. So Jeju government has just set a practical goals of the reducing the waste generation to 20% by 2027. And next slide, please. Okay, last chapters, the initiative by the sectors. So we have a sector-specific promotion plans to achieve the waste action goals. Next, please. First, I would like to create a resource circulation society with the participation of the residents, tourists, and companies, private sectors, and also including the government, the public sectors. Firstly, we are just enacting the regulation. We are just doing the legislation, enact the regulation to just stop the using the plastic cups. I mean, disposable plastic product. And secondly, we are just doing the green certification system with within the tourist businesses such as hotels and condominium and some other tourist accommodations. So we just give the green certificate to those businesses. And third, we are in the process of expanding the eco-friendly packaging, including the beverage manufacturing industries in Jeju Island. And fourth, we will just reduce the waste, and also we will just try to reuse those products. And lastly, we are building the smart information network for the resource circulation to accomplish each visions. Next slide, please. Okay, you can see some bird's eye view of some facilities. So we are trying to expand the waste disposal infrastructure. So there are incineration facilities, the food waste processor facilities, and also the living resource recovery centers. Those are just in the process of establishing. Firstly, we are going to expand the public areas, organic waste energy recovery facilities. So this is the incineration facilities. So this facility could process 380 tons a day, and it will be located within the it will be located southern part of the island, and these facilities will incinerate wastewater sludgy, marine waste, and also household waste. And secondly, you can see the picture. Okay. You can see the pictures on the bottom of the left side. This is the new food waste biogas plant. So this plant will just process 340 tons a day, and it will be located the southern part of the island. And also you can see the another photos on the right side, the Center for the Living Resources Recovery in metropolitan areas. So the size of this facilities is the process volume of this facility is 130 tons a day. And next slide, please. We are trying to build a resource circulation infrastructure. So we are planning to expand the 300 recycling help centers by 2030, and also created a specialized resource circulation complex. So you can think, as I mentioned earlier, there are 111 recycling help centers, but we will expand those kind of recycling help centers up to 300 by 2030. And next slide, please. So this is the resource circulation complex. So this complex will be established by 2028. And the total amount of the budget will be $49 million. And the size of the area will be 227,000 square meters of the land. So when he just established this resource circulation complex, I believe the Jeju government could achieve the vision of resource circulation society. And next slide, please. So we will continue to support the recycling industry, and also we are in the process of the fostering upcycling industry. So upcycling industry is also a very important point for us. So there are two upcycling centers within the island. One is located on the northern part, and one is located in the southern part. So you can see the photos. We just collected those plastic bottles, and we are using those the discharged plastic bottles to reproduce the t-shirts on the right side of the photos, and also we are just reproduce the cap or hat with discharged bottles. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here are my presentation. So those are the presentation on the resource circulation policy of Jeju government in South Korea. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Hwanjo Lee. This was a very interesting presentation, really. Now I would like to allow the discussants to ask or comment if they have any question or comments. You can just unmute yourself and ask your question right away. So we have Dr. Sultan or Mr. Hussein.
If I may, Ms. Shahed.
Yes, yes, of course.
Well, I would like first to thank the UNDP for their invitation and their organization today in collaboration with the Supreme Council. And I would like to thank you also, Ms. Shahed, for the professional handling of these sessions so far. I'm truly glad and honored to be part of this participation and this participant panel discussion for a very simple reason. Korea has a very unique and very excellent experience when it comes to waste management, especially municipal solid waste management. I was very fortunate to visit South Korea a few years ago and see on hand lots of their integrated systems and what have you. And I believe, as a comment before we get into the discussions and technical part of it, as a major comment, there's a lot of learning experiences that we could definitely work on here in Kuwait. Namely, just to name few, what Korea has a very unique experience with is the recycling centers that we can definitely share. Not to mention the fact that there are dedicated MRFs, material recovery facilities that we lack here in Kuwait, so we can have more of an integrated system to have a wholesome waste management experience here in Kuwait. There is a focus, as I've seen from the presentation, on organic waste valorization, food waste, household waste, especially in incineration plant. And maybe this is a side comment or a question to my Korean counterparts, but why haven't Korea so far considered energy recovery from aerobic digestion, for example? Is there a life cycle assessment reason for that? Or is it more site-specific for Korea? And I will save the rest of the comments and questions for the next round of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan. Mr. Juan, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you for your comment. As I made a presentation in my slide, Jeju is the third-most island, and Korea actually is promoting the neutralization policy. And Jeju is a big island. It's a huge island, but the population is very small. And you can think Jeju Island is a kind of some test bed for the renewable energy and also the environmental policy, including resource circulation policies. So that's why we are just doing some distinct policy, including clean house and recycling help center. As you mentioned earlier, we are also focusing on the organic food processor facilities and also incineration facilities. And we are still, but as I said before, the tourists are coming because every year 15 million people are visiting Jeju Island, and a lot of waste and the traffic congestions and some societal problems. So that's why we are in the middle of building some other the complex and also infrastructure, including the resource, the incineration facilities, and also food waste processing plants.
Thank you very much. Please do not take this as a criticism or what have you. I am very impressed with the South Korean experiences and wishing you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If you have any question or comment, the other discussants, Mr. Hussein, maybe Engineer Masouma or Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you for his discussion.
Okay, so we shall start our discussion with the discussants. Let me first ask Dr. Sultan. Dr. Sultan, is there any current work that could directly be considered for private and government parties' investment?
Thank you very much for this question, Ms. Shahed, and it's truly a pleasure for me to use this platform as well to shed some light when it comes to more of a partnership between governmental and private entities within the state. To answer your question in a nutshell, definitely yes, we have, at least from the R&D side, I'll cover the technical and the scientific side of R&D, which is my area of expertise. We have been working definitely on waste to energy, waste to fuel and energy, and integrated waste to energy projects with various stakeholders, various clients and funds that we have managed so far in my research group. Through the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, we have also worked with Kuwait municipality and with also internal funds. These all will definitely stem into a number of recommendations and technical collaborative recommendations for future work between private and government entities, whether it is an investment in thermochemical plants or techniques that could handle waste minimization, or more of a strategic point of view, reducing key indicators that are stressed upon recently within the US EPA. I can name a few, and I believe even Ms. Wendy has touched upon a couple of those as well. For example, the energy index, if we would like to incentivize the private sector here in Kuwait to go into more of an investment plan with the government, the energy investment could definitely, the energy index could definitely be one of those enticing investments. We could reduce environmental burdens by having more of a renewable energy side, using solid waste as a sustainable feedstock. That's number one. Number two, we could definitely go into recycling of materials, pumping into our own economy a number of recycled materials on a day-to-day basis. Yes, we lack MRFs, we lack recycling centers that will give a wholesome infrastructure that should be supported by the government, of course, in collaboration in the future, probably with the private sector, but that could easily be also in partnership with the private sector, and by then the citizen will also benefit directly from that recycled material, so on and so forth. And this gives a plethora of opportunities for government and private entities collaboration, especially in solid waste management, Ms. Shahed.
I can get from there. I'd like to ask Mr. Hussein Sarkho if there are any steps that have been taken to establish waste data bank in Kuwait.
نعم, I will be addressing my speech in Arabic to help translator keep their job for the next session. نعم, احنا قاعد نشتغل في الهيئة العامة للبيئة حاليا على الخطة الاستراتيجية الوطنية عفوا لإدارة النفايات وجمع البيانات الخاصة في نفايات في دولة الكويت. حاليا في الكويت في 19 مردم، 6 منهم شغالين يعني تحت العمل، والباقي تم إغلاقهم تماما. عملية جمع البيانات وإدارة مجمل عملية إدارة النفايات موضوع كبير ويأخذ وقت، ومثل ما شفنا التجربة الكورية يعني مرت في العديد من السنوات للوصول إلى النتيجة اللي وصلوا لها. احنا حاليا في الكويت في خلينا نقول المرحلة الثلث الأول من العمل، وهو في إعداد الخطة وجمع البيانات. الاستراتيجية الوطنية في المراحل الأخيرة حاليا، وفيها يعني بعض المخرجات اللي توصلنا لها في الاستراتيجية مثيرة على قولتهم للاهتمام. واحدة منها الناتج الفردي للمواطن الكويتي في إنتاج النفايات كان مختلف، يعني الأرقام اللي عندنا كانت مختلفة عن ما استنتجناها في الاستراتيجية الحديثة، أقل بكثير من ما كنا نتوقع. طبعا يعني في الكثير اللي ممكن نشتغل عليه، ولكن يعني ان جنرال يعتبر معدل جيد مقارنة بالدول القريبة منه. مثل ما قلت لكم نسبة النفايات المنزلية في الكويت 11% مقارنة في باقي النسب العالية اللي تتعلق في القطاعات الثانية الإنشائية والصناعية والزراعية والتجارية وغيرها. تعتبر نسبة زينة مقارنة في باقي الدول، ولكن هناك الكثير للعمل عليه فيما يتعلق بإعادة تدوير في الكويت. كلنا شفنا تجربة الكويت إدارة الهيئة العامة للبيئة لموضوع نقل الإطارات في منطقة رحية اللي كانت موجودة تقريبا في وسط البلد وفي منطقة جنوب سعد العبد الله. تم نقل ما يقرب من 42 مليون إطار ومادة ربر من منطقة رحية إلى منطقة السالمي، اللي هي تم تأهيلها لهذا الشيء عن طريق بالتنسيق مع الجهات المعنية وتفاديا للظروف اللي كانت تصيبنا في منطقة رحية. كلنا نعرف أن واجهت منطقة رحية حرائق في الفترات السابقة، فتم تفادي هذه المعضلة في منطقة السالمي عبر توزيع الإطارات، نفايات الإطارات على بأشبه ما يكون بقطع أو بلوكات، وإجراءات بالاستعانة بالجهات المعنية وشرطة الإطفاء خصوصا. مثل ما قلت لكم في بوادر زينة فيما يتعلق في إدارة النفايات في الكويت، ولكن هناك المزيد من العمل على تطوير هذه العملية.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Hussein. Now you mentioned 11% is the percentage of waste here in Kuwait. I'd like to ask Engineer Ma'souma about this. What are the most important waste treatment projects carried out by Kuwait municipality?
السلام عليكم. طبعا بالنسبة حق الميونيسيبال سوليد ويست، اختصاص البلدية الميونيسيبال سوليد ويست والإنشائية الكونستراكشن. بالنسبة حق الإنشائي عندنا أوريدي مصنعين بنظام BOT وشغالين. الصلبة اللي هو الميونيسيبال سوليد ويست في ما زال قلنا نطور الأسلوب المتبع القديم والحالي، بأن صممنا موقع ردم صحف كدراسة تصميم انتهينا منه وجاري طرح المناقصة. طبعا المناقصة تشمل هو الإنشاء وتشغيل وصيانة ردم صحي واللي هو يكون هندسي مصمم على أفضل المواصفات البيئية العالمية. أيضا كان عندنا دراسة وانتهينا منها مع هيئة الشراكة اللي هي الويست تو انرجي، مشروع الويست تو انرجي اللي هو معالجة النفايات نحرقها لإنتاج طاقة كهربائية. الدراسة الاستشارية انتهت ولكن للأسف لم يتم تنفيذ المشروع لأسباب يمكن البعض يعرفها. أيضا عملنا دراسة أخرى لتأهيل مواقع الردم المغلقة مثل الجرين، جليب شيوخ والسابع الشمالي كبادرة منا في أن نستفيد ونستغل هذه المواقع المغلقة من حيث اللي هو من الناحية الاقتصادية أو من ناحية استغلال الدولة لها كسكن وغيره. أيضا نستفيد من النفايات أن ننتج منها طاقة أو إعادة تدويرها قدر الإمكان يعني. هذا بالنسبة حق السوليد ويست. طبعا في دراسة احنا سويناها يمكن مؤخرا مع البنك الدولي اللي هو إعداد الأكشن بلان، خطة تنفيذية تشمل رؤى وخطط البلدية للمستقبلية حتى سنة 2040 تتماشى على أساس مع الاستراتيجية الوطنية اللي تعدها الهيئة العامة للبيئة. يكون فيها الأشياء اللي تحتاجها فعلا الدولة ومو موجودة، يعني نطبق الممارسات العالمية موجودة في الدول الأخرى وتكون هذه الممارسات الناجحة، مثل مرفق فرز يكون مثلا يبدي بنسبة معينة ثم يزيد. إنزين طبعا ولازم يكون مثلا عندنا مثل ما تفضل الدكتور سلطان إذا هو تخمير هوائي أو لا هوائي، والام بي تي أيضا. وهناك ايضا الويست انرجي ايضا حددوا قالوا مثلا ممكن نقلل فيه كنسبه الطاقه الاستيعابيه او غيرها ونحل اي عوائق موجوده، وايضا انشاء مردم صحي في حال اذا احتجنا الى مردم صحي اخر غير اللي راح المطروح حاليا. هذا بشكل ملخص يعني.
Now my last question is directed to Mr. Mohammed Sabagh. Mr. Mohammed, what are the main mega development projects that are being implemented in participation with the private sector?
Okay, good evening. As for KNDP, we have, as we were established under Law 116 of 2013, we only commenced our operations in 2014. Mainly to contribute to the national goal of economic diversification. As for private and public partnership, there is an authorization that mandates these partnerships with the both, but KNDP's main mandate is to facilitate and streamline these investment procedures, from licensing, obtaining approvals, providing aftercare programs, which includes investor obstacles. We support any suggestions and complaints that might arise. That extends to the duration of the investment's life, let's say. KNDP is providing incentives for these value-added investments. We have customs exemptions that cover all machinery, equipment, maybe raw materials in some cases. Tax incentives, we give up to 100% of foreign ownership. So if a waste management company decides to invest in Kuwait or to operate in Kuwait, and they come through KNDP, they won't be need to come through a local agent or a local partner. So we give up to 100% foreign ownership. These companies are also one of these incentives that we provide, that they can bring in their own foreign workers or experts and so forth. Now, what we do is we have a very transparent criteria to encourage these value-added and let's say innovation-based direct investments from local job creations and training or technology transfer in this case. We have quite a handful of investments in the waste management industry currently. I'll just mention a few, such as I have the WTE operations and maintenance company. It's a KNDP established company. They just won a 1.6 billion euro contract for the Al Hayman, which is one of the world's largest wastewater projects. We have another foreign company, for example, Veolia, KIPIC, the Kuwait Integrated Petroleum Industries Company, awarded Veolia a 7-year contract to manage the refinery's waste treatment plan. So we are encouraging foreign investments in this industry. We hopefully this session will contribute in accelerating the waste management industry in Kuwait. That's it.
We hope so too. Thank you so much. Now, we have a question from the floor for Korea. So I believe that Mr. Hwan Jolie could answer this question. So the question says, what is the role of the private sector in the storing, collecting, recycling, disposing chain? Do they build, own, or operate these facilities?
Speak frankly, until now, those resource circulation policies such as promoted by the public sector, government-led facilities. So as I showed some other complexes and clean house and recycling help center, those are all invested, operated, and owned by local government. Unfortunately, there's no private sector. However, so citizens discharge waste, and we build those kind of facilities, and we city administration collected those waste, and we send it to the incineration facilities, and also we just send it to the private company who which just reproduce those waste into the t-shirts or some other product. So I would like to say that private sector is a very minor portion of the total volume. However, we are trying to open to the private sector to join this kind of ecosystem of the resource circulation.
Wonderful. So now that we are running out of time, unfortunately, it's been such a fruitful session, but let me ask if you, Mr. Juan Lee, have a final word to say.
As I said before, until now, the private sector is very minor, very small. However, until now is the local government just leading this industry. But I would like to say that the citizens, I mean, we are just doing a lot of campaigns. So we are just encourage the citizens to just following our resource circulation policy. So once we just started this new policy of the circulation, like for example, in 1994, the waste volume based waste bag, and also in 2017, we are just doing the clean house system, and also recycling help center. At the time, the residents are just reluctant to join this policy, but now every single citizen is just following our policy. So now we are just, I would like to say that Jeju is just slightly changing the society into the clean society.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yes. Before I allow you to say your last word, I would like to let you know that we would like to take a group photo of this session before you leave, so it stays as a memory. Now, Mr. Hussein Sarkho, do you have any last word?
أحب أبين أن الاستراتيجية الوطنية يعني عندها مجموعة من الأهداف وضعت فيها. أنا ودي أقراها مثل ما هي مكتوبة. المضي قدما نحو الإدارة السليمة بيئيا لنفايات مجال التخفيف من الآثار السلبية على صحة الإنسان والبيئة. هذه النقطة، الهدف الأول. الهدف الثاني، المضي قدما نحو نظام إدارة النفايات يطبق التسلسل الهرمي للنفايات ذو الخطوات الخمس من أجل تحفيز وكفاءة استخدام الموارد. النقطة الثالثة، تحديد الواضح للمسؤوليات العامة والخاصة في القطاعين العام والخاص، وتبني تشريعات شاملة ومتماسكة في هذا الشأن. التأكيد على أن تأكد من جميع الجهات الفاعلة في عملية إدارة النفايات أنها جاهزة وتملك الإمكانيات والمهارات والخبرات الكافية للعمل في ضمن مسؤولياتها ودورها. النقطة الأخيرة، إعداد وتنفيذ خطة البيانات الشاملة هذه بواسطة الهيئة العامة للبيئة في نهاية عام 2026. هذه هي أهم الأهداف الخمسة في استراتيجية إدارة النفايات في دولة الكويت، واللي هي جزء من خطة التنمية 2035 في الكويت.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Hussein. Dr. Sultan Salim.
Thank you very much once again, Ms. Shahed. I just would like to conclude with the following, that to truly diversify our renewable energy basket and our energy basket in general, we have to look at waste as more of a resource, and from a technical standpoint, focus more on the R&D side locally and internationally, with a true collaboration between both. Not to mention the fact that we can definitely reclaim our landfills. What we have at the moment is a huge opportunity, going back to some of the projects that were already conducted by us at KISR on that front, to reach to the goal where we diversify our energy basket and also reduce reliance on landfilling here in Kuwait. And finally, once again, I would like to thank you and the UNDP and the Supreme Council and all for their professional conduction of this session. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer Masouma, last word.
أنا عندي أكثر من نقطة، بس إن إحنا طبعاً كل هذه مشاريعنا تصب في مفهوم تطوير نظام متكامل وشامل لإدارة النفايات بنوعيها اللي تخدم البلدية اللي هي الصلبة والإنشائية. أيضاً لا ننسى جانب التوعية البيئية جداً مهم، وإحنا إن شاء الله في القريب راح نطرح مشروع اللي هو استراتيجية المشاركة المجتمعية والتواصل، لأن هذا إحنا نحتاجه لكل مشروع متفاعل ويبدأ دائماً من الأفراد نفسهم. الشيء الثالث إنه لابد من وضع خطة لحلول أو وضع حلول وتذليل كافة العوائق اللي تعرقل تنفيذ مشاريع حيوية هامة مثل الويست تو انرجي، مشاركة القطاع الخاص، لأن هذا يأثر على جذب الاستثمار الأجنبي للدولة. كذلك لابد من في نقطتين أيضا مهمتين، اللي هي وجود تشريعات بيئية أو عفوا قانونية تخدم وجود وتنفيذ هذه المشاريع الحيوية، زائد دعم مالي وميزانية، لأن احنا قاعد نتجه ساعات إلى تخفيض أو تقليل الميزانية نوعا ما، لكن هذه المشاريع البيئية بما أنها حيوية إذا تتطلب ميزانية، سواء ممكن يعني نخليها مشاركة القطاع الخاص، وكذلك الدولة ممكن تدعم المشاريع هذه. شكرا.
شكرا انجينير معصومة. مستر محمد الصباغ.
Yes, thank you very much to invite us or invite KNDP to this session. Again, we are very keen to develop this industry in Kuwait, facilitate any foreign investments that are interested to entering the Kuwaiti economy in this industry. I would also like to add that the forms of foreign investors can come in different legal entities. For example, if there is a waste management company that would like to study the local market or is considering investing in Kuwait, they don't need to come in and set up a Kuwaiti company or set up a branch of their mother company in Kuwait right away. We also provide an option of having a representative office where they can register an office, bring in their experts, and study or let's say research the local market for a year or two, as long as they need. Hopefully that would also help in their decision into entering the market or not. And again, I mentioned we have a few waste management companies operating in Kuwait, but they're very not as large as we want them to be. And as a matter of fact, they're more specific into specific management and different chemicals or industries, let's say, not as a waste management as a whole, like what this fruitful session, let's say, is trying to implement. And again, thank you very much. KNDP is very keen into helping, facilitating and growing this industry in Kuwait. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. I believe that Mr. Hussein is raising his hand. Do you have any comment or question?
اي والله عندي تعليق على موضوع شكر الجهات المشاركه في عمليه اداره النفايات والاستراتيجيه هذه، وادعوهم الى المزيد من التعاون في هذا المجال اللي يخدم بالتاكيد الصالح العام. ممكن نتعاون مع مثلا أنا أستفيد من وجود الأخوة في التقدم العلمي عفوا معهد الأبحاث في توحيد الأبحاث والدراسات البيئية، وخصوصا في موضوع إدارة النفايات. تضافر الجهود، يعني ما ينفع احنا عندنا ابحاث وهم عندهم ابحاث في نفس المجال وتكون دعوات رسميه هي الطريقه في تبادل المعلومات. توحيد الجهود اكيد، وهذا موجود حاليا، ولكن ندعو الى المزيد من التعاون في هذا المجال. كذلك اشكر جهود الاخوه في كديب هيئه تشجيع الاستثمار المباشر اللي متعاونين معنا بشكل يعني شبه اسبوعي ويومي في التواصل والربط بين الجهات او المستثمرين الخارجيين مع الهيئه العامه للبيئه، وكذلك نشكر البلديه في هذا المجال ايضا.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Hussein. Now that we are running out of time, we have to move to the next session. Please let me thank the presenter, Mr. Ko Song Chan, but the speaker on behalf of Mr. Ko was Mr. Hwan Jun Lee, the IR Associate of Jeju Province, and the discussants for this session were from Kuwait Environment Public Authority, Mr. Hussein Sarkho, from Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, Dr. Sultan Salim, and Kuwait Municipalities Engineer Masoum Al-Blushi. Last but not least, Kuwait Direct Investment Promotion Authority, Mr. Mohammed As-Sabah. Thank you all so much for this wonderful session. Now, moving to the next session, session number 4, titled Boosting Energy Efficiency and Green Infrastructure. We will have our presenter from Kuwait Institute for Research, for Scientific Research, Dr. Fatouh Al-Ragum, Manager of the Energy Efficiency Technologies Program and a Research Scientist at the Energy and Building Research Center. The discussants for this session from Ministry of Public Works, Ms. Iman La'mar, Director of Planning and Development. From Ministry of Electricity and Water, Ms. Sana Al-Gharib, Environment and Director of Engineering Programming, Desalination Plant Sector Power Station. From World Bank, Mr. Ashok Sarkar, Senior Energy Specialist. And from UN Habitat, Dr. Amir Al-Hassan, Head of Habitat Kuwait. Welcome everyone to this session. Please allow me to welcome Dr. Fatouh Al-Ragum and present her presentation.
Hello, good afternoon everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me in this session. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
And can you see my slide?
We need to see her slide from the technical team. She has slides to present. You can share your screen, Dr. Fatouh.
Yes, can you see it now?
Yes, now we can see it.
Okay, it's full screen, right?
Yes, wonderful.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to start this session, which is on boosting energy efficiency and green infrastructure. And in my slides, I would like the session highlights. I will give you a general understanding on and some background on the international, regional, and national energy efficiency perspective. And that's very important for us to understand what's going on within our country in order to see how we can move forward. Then I'm going to share with you the energy outlook that is being supervised by KISR, and what are the main drivers for energy demand within Kuwait. After that, I will share with you the energy efficiency in Kuwait, what are the strengths and opportunities, weaknesses and threats, and what are the different platforms that are available that we can capitalize on if we're going to pursue energy efficiency plan within our nation. I'm going to also touch up on minimum energy performance standards, KISR contribution and the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan, how I can see how we can proceed in that direction. And at the end, we're going to have some interventions from Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy, World Bank, and UN Habitat. So in view of our national situation, what is actually happening in Kuwait, as you can see, it's very important for us to know how we gauge against the rest of the world or within the region. And as you probably have seen from previous discussions, that our national energy consumption per capita is high compared to other nations. As you can see from the chart, it's about 16 megawatt hours per person. That was the consumption in 2020. And if you compare that to the average of the world, which is 3 megawatt hours per person. Yet, if you look at other industrialized nations like Japan or the United States or Germany, we still surpass their consumption, even though they're industrialized countries. And that reflects on our national CO2 emissions per person, where you can see it on the right side, it's about 18 tons of CO2 per person in the same year. Now, if we're going to look at the details of who is actually consuming energy within our country, who are the main end user sectors, as you can see on the graph, from the graph on the left side, we have industry with predictions from the Kuwait Energy Outlook by 2035. It's going to consume about 31% of our energy, followed by the transport sector with 30%, and then residential sector by 11%. And if we look into the details within the residential sector, in view of the electricity consumption, it is mainly consumed and required by the end user system, which is mainly air conditioning. And we know that it's because of the harsh weather conditions within our nation. And in 2035, it is predicted that about 34 terawatt hours is going to be required for electricity in the residential sector. Now, if we're going to look at the strengths and opportunities within energy efficiency in Kuwait, we have a well-established energy conservation code that was enforced in 1983, and it has been revised several times throughout the years. We have the EPA Rule 42 with specific articles related to energy efficiency, Article 122 and 123. We have also the Higher Energy Committee, which was right now is on hold. It was established in 2018. We have the Kuwait Energy Outlook, which is pursued by KISR. We have several versions since 2019, 2020, and we're going to release one soon, which is 2021. We have the General Committee for Standardization, Specification and Metrology Department of Public Authority of Industry, and the Kuwait Development Plan, as we have seen from previous lectures and what we have been shared with us with from Dr. Khalid Mahdi, and the Kuwait Government's Work Program. In view of opportunities, we have the GCC Standardization Organization, we have inter-organizational governmental entities such as UNDP, World Bank, and today's workshop is an example of such an opportunity, and also international and regional cooperation. Now, in view of our, what are the weaknesses and the threats that can actually hamper or serve as a hurdle in view of pursuing energy efficiency plan in Kuwait? We have vulnerability of oil prices, and that can place a hurdle in terms of budget expenditure. Sometimes because Kuwait is highly dependent on oil for its budget, oil prices, so that can hamper the allocation of funding for specific programs. We have harsh extreme weather conditions, and we have a coupled economic growth and per capita energy consumption. Our weaknesses can include the lack of coordination, as has been mentioned before from Dr. Ahmed Al-Mulla presentation. This is a very important thing that we need to think about. There is the absence of comprehensive national energy plan, paucity of data. Data is very scarce or sometimes not accurate, or sometimes it's very hard to be shared. And it is very important for us to have an accurate data in order to pursue any plan for our nation. We have weak manpower professional development. I mean, continuous development is not just the basic education. Professionals need to be, their skills need to be updated. and there is an absence of a dedicated financial support for energy efficiency projects. So if we're going to think about how we can, it's very important for us who will do it, if we're going to pursue an energy efficiency plan for Kuwait, and how we're going to be doing it. I've looked into two platforms because it was mentioned in the Kuwait National Development Plan that the policy statement on energy efficiencies states the importance of establishing an institutional and regulatory framework to promote energy efficiency standards and innovation. So who will do it? We had previously the Higher Energy Committee, and I'm going to talk more about it. And there is another platform, which is Kuwait Government Work Program. Now, there is also how we can do it. In order, as I said before, it is very important to have accurate data. And I would like to quote IEA, in which they said that consistent, accurate, and timely energy data and statistics are fundamental to developing effective and efficient national energy policies, as well as a key element in longer-term planning for investment in the energy sector. So it is very, very important. And we have realized this by working on the National Energy Outlook project. It is very important to have such a data, and it's very hard to get such accurate data. So that should be a very important thing to focus on. Once we have such data, then we can use this in the analysis. We can focus on the sectors, like you have seen in the slides, the earlier slides that I've showed you. What are the sectors that we need to focus on, such as the industry and then transportation or the residential sector. And then we can set targets, like you have seen, and also previously Dr. Kishan of UNDP mentioned how Bahrain set a target of 6% improvement in energy efficiency by 2025. So from this data, we can look at it, and then we can analyze it and set the targets, and and also we have to select a base year as well. Then we need to decide what are the KPIs, what are we gonna measure, and how we're gonna measure them, in what units, in order to monitor them. Are we gonna look into megajoules per kilometers for transportation, kilowatt hours per meter squared for building, or kilowatt hours per GDP for the whole of the country? And then after that, we need to come up with programs, initiatives, incentives, legislations, codes. We look into price reform, maps, labeling systems and platforms, and we need to also empower the energy efficiency market. And let's not also forget the awareness. It is very important for policymakers and everyone in general. So as I mentioned, the two platforms that I wanted to share with you, one was the Higher Energy Committee, and that Higher Energy Committee came up out of the recommendation of a study that KISR conducted, and which was funded by KFAS, which is the title for it was The Future of Kuwait's Energy System, Mitigating Threats and Seizing Opportunities White Paper. So out of this recommendation, which was about to create a body that can oversee energy matters within the country. So the Council of Ministers adopted the recommendation and decided to establish the Higher Energy Committee, and that started in 2018. And this committee was headed by the Minister of Electricity and Water and a lot of stakeholders, including KPC, MEW, RE, KISR, POW, PI, GSSCPD, KFAS, and KN. And these stakeholders also, some of them contributed into committees. There were some dedicated committees under the technical office, which was headed by the KPC. These committees focused on four main areas: one on strategies and policies, which was headed by KFAS, and there is Energy Efficiency Subcommittee headed by the Ministry of Electricity and Water and Renewable Energy, and Renewable and Alternative Energy headed by KISR, and the Consumer Behavior Subcommittee headed by GSSCPD. Engineer Sana Al-Gharib, later on through her intervention, is going to talk more about what has been done in the Energy Efficiency Subcommittee under the Higher Energy Committee. So the Higher Energy Committee was entrusted to report to the Council of Ministers twice a year, and to develop a roadmap toward the development of a sustainable energy system, and also to authorize and approve policies and strategies, and also to follow up with the initiatives and to gauge the progress that has been done. So that platform was a successful platform, actually, in my opinion. And then there is another platform that is, according to my understanding, that is still under development, which is actually the Kuwait government work program. And it is linked to the National Development Program. And there were 4 main challenges under that program. And the challenge that we will focus on, which is the 4th challenge, which is inefficient infrastructure and environmental inconsistency. And for each of these main challenges, there was a solution that was proposed. And for that main challenge, the solution that was proposed is the improvement of infrastructure and employment of RE. And under each, there were different initiatives that were proposed under these solutions. A total of 89 initiatives were proposed. And for the program, which is the pillar number 4, axis number 4, which is improvement of infrastructure and employment of RE, which is under the supervision of public service committees of the Council of Ministers, there are actually 4 initiatives, as you can see here. And the one that is linked to energy efficiency is the one which is 11.2, which is on improving energy intensity. And if you go and see the details of such initiative, it is basically targeting, its main objective is rationalization of energy consumption per unit of GDP in 3 main sectors: the industry, transportation, and buildings. And if you remember, these were the 3 main sectors that were from the Kuwait Energy Outlook. There were the top 3 end user sectors. So this plan was actually based on the findings of the KEO. And in view of the initiative 11.2, which is the entities that are going to be in charge are the MEW, Ministry of Electricity and Water Renewable Energy, KPC and KNPC. The focus of this initiative is actually tariffs reformation. As you can see here, there are different elements of this initiative. Now, this can be a good start, like as has been mentioned before in previous talks, that tariff reformation is important to empower energy efficiency, but that is not enough to reach the objective, which is actually rationalization of energy consumption per unit of GDP. That can be one of the elements can serve such objective, but there are a lot of other areas that we need to focus on. And that can be laid out in a dedicated national energy efficiency plan in order to reach such objective. Now, there is another thing that we can also capitalize on, and it's already available within the country, which is the General Committee for Standardization and Specifications and Metrology Department. They are entrusted within the government to oversee or to develop technical parameters and standards for different systems and equipment, whether they are imported or manufactured within our country. They produce technical parameters, and they provide also the standard specifications. They also coordinate with the GCC as well, Standardization Committee, and they produce certificates to verify performance of equipment. And they also have technical committees targeting different equipment, for example, boilers, air conditioners, and so on. And a lot of the government entities are being represented in such committees, where they meet regularly and come up with standards that are in line with the objectives of such committee, and to gauge on the performance of such equipment as well. And there is also the quality mark system. All these tools can be capitalized on if we're going to devise a national energy efficiency plan for the state of Kuwait. Now I would like to share with you what we have done in KISR in the area of energy efficiency. In Kisr, we work through a well-structured 5-year strategic plan, and these are developed in line with the National Development Plan for the State of Kuwait. So every 5 years, these strategic plans change according to the grand challenges. And for the 8th strategic plan, which was the last plan, the main grand challenge was to reduce the per capita primary energy consumption without impacting the quality of life while adhering to environmental standards. And how we do that, we do this and we carry the work throughout a dedicated scientific research centers. And the work of energy efficiency is under the Energy Efficiency Technologies Programs that is within the Energy and Building Research Center in Kisr. So here, just to show you that within the Energy Efficiency Technologies Programs, we had 3 main solution areas we focused on, which is energy efficiency in buildings, energy efficiency in systems such as air conditioning systems and emerging technologies, and also energy efficiency in terms of policy and planning. We've conducted a lot of research projects, and I've just captured here some of them just to show you what we have worked on. We've worked on labeling of buildings, realizing, like for example, LEED certification. We worked on the looking into the sustainability of the built environment. We worked on smart operation of air conditioning systems, energy auditing of several buildings. We also worked on the advancement of energy conservation. This is a very important project. I will share with you a slide later on. We worked on also evaluating systems such as air conditioning systems, their performance, their efficiency, also an energy storage, district cooling, design of solar cooling systems. In view of the policy and planning, we worked on the energy outlook and also the white paper that led into the development of Higher Energy Committee and many more. And in view of the project, which I've mentioned that was very important, which is the DOE1 project, which is advancement of energy conservation. This is actually not a project, it is almost like a program. It had 21 research projects conducted under that project, which was funded by the Ministry of Electricity and Water. And as you can see here, all these research projects were carried out and it was done in order to verify performance of several systems to feed into the National Energy Conservation Code of Practice. So the code, which was developed by Kisr under the supervision of Ministry of Electricity and Water, the version of 2010 was based on this, the research findings of all these 21 research projects. So now I would like to share with you what IEA have done, similar to what we would like to be doing in Kuwait if we're going to pursue energy efficiency. So what are the indicators? How we're going to gauge our achievements? So IEA provided a database for their member countries, and it can be, you can check it online, you can access some of the data for 10 years. For 3 main sectors, similar to what has been done in our energy outlook, basically industry, manufacturing, industry, transportation, and residential sectors. As you can see here, as an example for Australia in 2019, the higher level energy scenario, as you can see, it's transport with 38%, manufacturing 25%, followed by residential 11%. This is comparative to what we have in Kuwait. Yet in Kuwait, we have industry at 31%, transport 30%, followed by residential with 11%. And what they have done, they looked into the end user system and within the residential sector, as you can see, is mainly for space heating, followed by water heating. For us, it's air conditioning. And you can go into the details and you look into the energy intensity. You can look at it per floor area, and also the carbon intensity as well per floor area by end use as well. So these can be the indicators where the government can look into the details before setting any policy or setting any target. It's very important for us or for the policymakers to look into such indicators. Similarly, they have another one which is for transport, and they have another one for industry. And you can see the details of the transport energy consumption by mode and vehicle type. And like, for example, from this chart, the government can decide, yes, if I'm going to increase the tariff or reform the prices of fuel, what fuel I should focus on. Like, for example, in 2019, in France, the majority is basically diesel, so they can focus on reforming the price of diesel. So similar tools can help us into looking on what's going on within the country in order to help us devise specific targets and strategies. So finally, what I would like to share with you is what we have and what we need in order for us to pursue a national energy efficiency action plan. What we have in Kuwait, as I said, we have a set of laws and regulations. We have a government work program. For the laws and legislations, what we need to do, we need to have a verification of adoption. It's not just important just to have a law. We have to verify if everyone is using it and they're not going around it or cheating. So it's important to have a verification method. We have to have incentives to actually make everyone to be on board, especially if there are voluntary initiatives. And we have to have schemes for penalizing those who are not actually following these rules and legislation. This is very important to have a successful energy efficiency plan. Then we have the government's work program. What we need to do, we need to revise it to include all stakeholders. And also we have to have comprehensive initiatives. As we have seen, there was just one initiative targeting the price reform. We have to have more of these initiatives and engage all stakeholders. We have a lot of energy efficiency stakeholders, as we have seen. It's between Ministry of Electricity and Water Renewable Energy. There is also Ministry of Public Works, the GSSCPD, the oil sector, the private companies, and a lot of KSR as well. So we have to engage everyone and coordinate the efforts and delegate the work. It is very important for us to coordinate our efforts in order to avoid the repetition of work as well. And then we have the Energy Outlook. It's a tool that is very important tool that is provided for our nation, for the country, for decision makers. What we need to do that, we have to have continuous updates. We have to have accurate data. All entities should provide us with necessary information because this tool can serve everyone who is in need to be using it to come up with new initiatives or also to gauge their success. So what we feed into the models that will help us to provide the outlook, it is very important for us in order to gauge our success. Then we have the energy conservation codes. Now there are talks and there are efforts between KSR and MEW to revise the code based on the technical updates. It's not just based on available manufacturer data. Then we have the maps. We have to have a verification and testing laboratories. It is important to have standards, but how we can gauge that everyone is following such standards, we have to have a local entity that can test and verify performance of equipment and systems. We also have targets and KPIs. It is important that these can be smart. They need to be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. And we have to set our KPIs in order to report them, and we need to select the right KPIs. We also have professional manpower. We have a lot of engineers, technicians, well-educated within our nation, but we need to upgrade their skills. We need to train them and certify them. And also it is, last but not least, it's very important to engage the private sector. And the only way for us to engage the private sector is to provide them with financial schemes to empower them and let them reap the benefits of energy efficiency efforts. Maybe we can look into providing green finance and green loans as well. And that's basically my talk. And now we're gonna move into the contribution from my colleagues from the different stakeholders, and they will share their views pertaining to EcoCities, energy efficiency, and green infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fatouh Ragam from Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. Of course, we'd like to ask the discussants if you have any comment or question for Dr. Fatouh and her presentation. You may unmute your mic and just throw your question right away.
Can I?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Fatouh, for a very incentive and very acknowledging presentation that has covered pretty much of everything related to energy efficiency in Kuwait. And my question to you is this: if you would elaborate on the role of the private sector, especially because in the United Nations we are focusing on the SDG 17 with regards to public-private partnership, and in Kuwait also we see that the government of Kuwait is focusing also on more intervention and more role of the private sector. So how can we push forward the agenda of energy efficiency with regards to providing incentives to private sector, especially because I'm talking to you now as a scientist. The energy efficiency is more academic, more scientific, right? So how can we attract them towards innovation for energy efficiency in an arid climate, desert, sand, dust storm country like Kuwait? Over to you, Dr. Fatouh.
Thank you, Dr. Amira. We have a special situation in our nation, and it is because of the subsidized cost of energy. And that's why it is sometimes hard for the private sector to be engaged in energy efficiency projects. And that's why when I mentioned in order for us to engage them, we have to provide them with a way and a mean to share and reap the fruition of energy efficiency projects. The government needs to push in that direction. We really need to assess the financial situation, how we can make them share the profit. Should they actually start getting, let's say, incentives from Ministry of Electricity and Water? Should the ministry, like for example, the cost that is supposed to be provided for the energy unit be shared whenever it's saved? That's one of the ways that we can actually encourage private sector to be engaged in the energy efficiency. Like for example, ESCO's platform is very important and it's very successful in neighboring countries, like for example in UAE. But the price of energy there, it's high. So I'm not just saying let's just raise the price, because that can be one tool, but it's not the only tool. There are ways where we can actually provide some green loans. We can, like I said, share the profit between MEW and the private sector whenever they're, for example, conducting energy audits and reforming the performance of existing buildings. So we really need to have a task force that can look into how can we empower the private sector under the subsidized energy tariffs situation.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fatouh. Thank you, Dr. Amira, for the question. Any other question or comment before we start asking the discussants? Again, you may unmute your mic right away and ask your question. Okay, so yes, Mr. Ashok. Please unmute your mic first. Oh, it is, I think there is a technical.
Thank you very much. I was unable to unmute the mic myself, so thanks a lot for helping. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Ashok Sarkar from the World Bank, but very good presentation, Dr. Al Ragam. I just had two very small questions. One is, With the changing nature of the sector, the energy sector, with so much of disruption in terms of digitalization taking place, is there a lot of work going on in Kuwait in terms of bringing in digital technologies to be able to enhance the impact of energy efficiency measures in the sector? This has been happening around the world where digital technologies are making it much easier to implement, monitor, and verify many of the measures which you talked about in the last slide. Like what we need to do more is verify, monitor, implement. And I think digital technologies provide the platform to do that. So I'm wondering whether in Kuwait, much of the digital technologies have been integrated into the energy efficiency industry in the recent years. The other question was related to the role of different institutions. One thing which I may have missed because I actually joined a little bit late in the presentation. I'm based in Washington, D.C. in the United States, so it's very early morning. I got up around 4:30 a.m. and I think I missed some part of it. But one question was, and you may have covered, is the role of electric supply utilities, electric utilities. How much does the electricity company itself get involved in demand side management and demand response programs to reduce both load as well as energy, kilowatts and kilowatt hours, as we have seen in many of the other countries around the world, where the utilities play a major role in implementing energy efficiency. So is there that kind of approach being adopted in Kuwait, or is it really reliant on other institutions for pushing and promoting and implementing energy efficiency? So over to you, Dr. Al-Ragom. Just those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok, for your questions. Let me just start with the digitization and monitoring of the energy. In Kisr, we've conducted some projects pertaining to smart buildings, smart residential buildings, in collaboration with the Korean government, in which we monitored the performance of residential units, a house and an apartment, and we have logged the data within these residential buildings. So that's to gauge on how we can look into the performance of such buildings while controlling several end user systems such as lighting, blinds, and air conditioning systems. So that's on the research level. Now, on the national level, the Ministry of Electricity and Water started using smart meters. And that is a project probably maybe Engineer Sana can shed some light on later on as well in her talk. And that's another way of logging the energy consumption within the residential sector. And also there is the smart cities. The smart cities will be totally digitized. And we can also capitalize on the data that are going to be generated through the digital platforms in order to foresee what is going on within these cities and probably come up with reform scenarios. So we're starting in terms of research and implementing by using smart meters and later on in smart cities. So that's for your first question. The second question regarding demand response, the major provider of electricity in Kuwait is the Ministry of Electricity and Water and Renewable Energy. There is a sole provider of the electricity, and the energy tariffs is highly subsidized. And for example, for the residential sector, it is 0.6 cents per kilowatt hours in the residential sector. Prices have been reformed, raised a little bit, but it's still, we only have one flat rating, which is per energy unit. So there are no demand response initiatives within the Ministry of Electricity and Water, which is the sole provider of the electricity within our country. Yet there are some efforts in terms of monitoring what's going on within the peak requirements during the summertime. And the ministry also launched the energy conservation some kind of a campaign in which it was creating awareness within the government bodies to control their consumption, specifically during the summertime. And each body was reporting what they're doing about that and how they were controlling their energy and electricity use during the summertime, because the peak is usually in our summer time. So that answers your second question.
Thank you, Dr. Fatouh. Thank you, Mr. Ashok. Is there any other question or comment before we start asking the discussants? Okay, so we shall start the questions. So my first question is to Engineer Sana Al-Gharib. Engineer Sana, I would like to ask you if you think that the Higher Energy Committee platform was successful to drive energy efficiency efforts in Kuwait.
Hello to everyone. First of all, as Dr. Fatouh explained, the hierarchy for this energy higher committee with subcommittees. What we see for me and Dr. Fatouh, we are working with the energy efficiency, and I was participated also in the energy management for other putting the policies for other committees. The work was very cooperative with other entity, with other parties. We find ourselves that all the initiatives in Kuwait we sit in one table, and we work together. There's many initiatives, and huge work was done in these committees. I think completing this committee as a first break for future entity special for sustainable energy in Kuwait is highly recommended, especially that the outcome of these committees was really we can see now many projects is coming out of these committees.
So much, Engineer Sana. Now, my next question is to Engineer Iman Al-Amar. Engineer Iman, can you please shed the light on the progress made in the energy sector in Kuwait?
Yes,
we can hear you.
راح أتكلم بالعربي. I think في صدى بالصوت ولا؟
إيه لازم.
Now you can listen to me.
We can't hear you because it's muted.
And now?
Yes, but we hear an echo. So you need to use only one device. لازم جهاز واحد.
It's okay now?
Yes. No, not really. الجهاز الثاني لازم يتسكر completely, بس I think it's better now.
I think there is a problem.
No, there isn't a problem right now. الآن الصوت ممتاز فنقدر نتكلم.
You listen to me now?
Yes.
Do you listen to me? Can I continue?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, I will continue, but I cannot listen to you, sorry. راح أتكلم بالعربي. وزارة الأشغال العامة تقوم بإنشاء وتطوير وتشغيل وصيانة وتنفيذ البنية التحتية وكذلك المباني الإنشائية للجهات الحكومية. تسعى الوزارة إلى تنفيذ بنية تحتية صحية ومباني مستدامة صديقة للبيئة وفق المعايير العالمية.
بالإضافة إلى دعم المشاريع ذات الطابع البيئي لتحقيق رؤية كويت جديدة 2035. كذلك الوزارة دور بارز في تحقيق ركيزة بيئة معيشية مستدامة في الخطة الإنمائية للدولة، والوزارة معنية بإدارة مياه الصرف الصحي في جميع أنحاء دولة الكويت، حيث تقوم بتنفيذ جميع المشاريع المتعلقة بتجديد شبكات الصرف الصحي السوج في المناطق القائمة وتوصيل المناطق الجديدة. كذلك توسعة وتطوير وتشغيل التريتمنت بلانتس، محطات المعالجة والتنقية، وإنشاء محطات جديدة للمدن الجديدة لتلبية معدلات النمو السكاني والتوسع العمراني. من هذه المشاريع عندنا مشروع محطة تنقية مياه الصرف الصحي الناتجة من مدينة جنوب المطلع بسعة 400 ألف متر مكعب بير داي. تتضمن المحطة معالجة السلاج الحماءة الناتجة عن المحطة لتوليد الطاقة الكهربائية للمساهمة مع طاقة الرياح والطاقة الشمسية لتوفير 50% من الكهرباء اللازمة لتشغيل المحطة. وحالياً جاري دراسة استغلال السلاج الحماءة الناتجة من المحطات لاستخدامها في المشاريع المستقبلية بإذن الله. إذا نروح حق المشاريع الإنشائية، الوزارة تنفذ للجهات الحكومية وملتزمة بتطبيق أنظمة المباني الذكية على كافة مشاريعها، بحيث تنتج طاقة كهربائية تصل إلى 15% من إجمالي الطاقة اللازمة لتشغيل المبنى عن طريق الطاقة المتجددة Sustainable Energy والسولار Energy، مما يساهم بشكل كبير في توفير استهلاك الطاقة الكهربائية اللازمة التقليدية في المباني الحكومية حالياً. وزارة الأشغال قامت بتنفيذ عدد من المشاريع المباني الإنشائية صديقة للبيئة، منها مشروع مبنى الإدارة العامة لنزع الملكية للمنفعة العامة وجهاز الBOT، وهو أول مشروع حكومي يحوز على أعلى فئات شهادة الجيسس، هذه اللي تمنح للمشاريع صديقة للبيئة، تحافظ على الطاقة، تستمد الطاقة الكهربائية لها من الطاقة الشمسية من السولار إنرجي ومن السستينبل إنرجي. المبنى يحتوي على نظام الجري ووتر سيستم، يتم استخدام المياه المستخدمة في المبنى في أنظمة الري، وتم اعتماد مجموعة من السولار سيستم لتوفير طاقة بديلة للمبنى وترشيد استهلاك الكهرباء والإضاءة، بما يوفر 12% من الطاقة الكهربائية المطلوبة لتشغيل المبنى. كذلك تم استخدام لوحات ضوئية لتوليد الكهرباء وتم تركيبها بشكل مميز كمظلات لمواقف السيارات بالدور الأرضي. إذا ننتقل حق مشروع ثاني نوضح في دور الوزارة كمبنى إنشائي، ننتقل إلى المشروع الاستراتيجي التنموي في خطة التنمية للدولة 2035 كويت جديدة، مشروع مطار الكويت الدولي الجديد مبنى الركاب 2 تيرمينال 2. نهدف أو نسعى إلى توفير أحدث ما توصلت إليه التكنولوجيا من معايير بيئية لتحقيق أعلى مستويات الراحة. يستهدف معايير الريادة في الطاقة والتصميم البيئي الليد جولد، ليكون بذلك أول مبنى ركاب في العالم يحقق هذا المستوى من الاعتماد البيئي. بيوفر الهيكل الخرساني الكتلة الحرارية المناسبة، ويتضمن السقف مساحة كبيرة من ألواح الخلايا الضوئية، وهي عبارة عن قبة كبيرة تكسو سطح المبنى مكونة من 66 ألف لوح من الخلايا الضوئية لتوفير جزء من الطاقة لتغذية المطار، مما يساعد على تخفيض تكلفة تشغيل وصيانة المبنى. يتميز تيرمينال 2 بالأنظمة الإلكتروميكانيكية، فمعايير الطاقة المدرجة تقلل من استهلاك طاقة اللازمة للتبريد بنسبة 36% مقارنة بالمباني التقليدية، حيث سيتم تزويد المبنى ب 7500 كيلو وات من التبريد، ويحتوي نظام المياه المبردة على 2.5 مليون لتر of water approximately، يتم ضخها من خلال أنابيب من المحطة المركزية إلى مبنى T2. ويعتبر نظام الألواح الضوئية المستخدمة في T2 أحد أول الأنظمة المرتبطة بشبكة الكهرباء في دولة الكويت. حيث ستولد اللوحات 26.6 وات بير اور approximately من الطاقة yearly، ويمثل 9% من إجمالي الطلب المتوقع. كما أن المبنى سوف يستهلك 294 متر مكعب من الماء الساخن يومياً. اللوحات الشمسية المثبتة على السطح راح تولد 46% من الطاقة اللازمة لتسخين الماء. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Iman, from the Ministry of Public Works. Now, my next question is to the Ministry of Electricity and Water, Ms. Sana Al-Gharib. I'm sure you have wastewater treated by the ministry. We'd like to know the amount, how much amount of wastewater is treated by the ministry, and if you have any future development projects.
Excuse me, the water treatment, it is with the Ministry of Public Works.
Ministry of Electricity and...
No, we don't have water. It's not under MEW, the water treatment.
So what are your projects, your future projects?
Yes.
Projects?
Okay, for our, mainly as MEW, as was the head of efficiency committee, we established a strategy for overall footprint for a high-level energy efficiency for Kuwait, and we introduced many initiatives. One of the first initiatives, which is we think it's very important, as the Dr. Futuh highlight, it was to establish a database for energy data to be fed for Kuwait Outlook and to indicate the sector with high consumption. And for these projects, we make some arrangement with several entities involved with this one to implement this database. And it was with the Central Department of Statistics in Kuwait. This is the first project. The second one, we follow the regulations and energy efficiency with the Public Authority of Industry, and we recommend a new codes and policies for different sectors, especially for industrial sector, and also for glazing and some advanced glazing in a building. Also, we have some proposal for more efficient ACs to be implemented, some laws and policy for banning the inefficient AC, and initiative to have the high, to encourage using VRF and very efficient AC. Also, we work with all the committee and with the support of CAPUS to publish a white paper for district cooling in Kuwait to enhance and put the policy and the technical requirements and regulations for to implement district cooling for new cities. In the same times, with this white paper, which is ongoing, and we are expecting soon that we have some outcome, especially with the fast track for new cities, fast track implementation district cooling, because we have a couple of new cities, especially smart cities. They are designed by housing authorities to be with district cooling, but still the implementations, and it's not clear who will follow and who will operate the smart, have the district cooling equipment. And we are expecting that within 6 months that we will have the fast track for white paper for district cooling in Kuwait. Moreover, there was many work done by the committee for integrating thermal insulation in existing and new housing and we held several of workshops, and it was indicating the gain that we can expected by a good installation for the building. Also, as Dr. Futuh also mentions, we hold several also workshops about energy auditing and building management, and we have some proposal to implement it with some initiative or incentives for commercial sector, and in the same times the tariff reforming, we link it with the tariff reforming because it's the main key that will facilitate energy auditing and energy management in building. Moreover, as we see that with other committees, we establish all the KPIs for Kuwait energy efficiency, and we propose it as a committee from our side. That's most of our work.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Sana. Now, moving to the World Bank, Mr. Ashok, I'm sure that even the World Bank has so many projects, but we'd like to ask you to share with us the World Bank experience pertaining to green infrastructure.
Thank you very much for that question. Can you hear me first?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Great. No, I think that's a very good question, very difficult to answer in a few minutes because World Bank uses green infrastructure as one of the main elements of our interventions, particularly in the recent years. The World Bank has a climate change action plan, which applies to how we provide our lending as well as advisory and analytical support to the member countries. We have over 180 member countries where we have activities in the green infrastructure area. And when it comes to energy efficiency and renewable energy, particularly, because we are talking about energy sector, roughly $2 to $2.5 billion of lending is provided to countries every year. In addition to these lending, we also have a significant amount of analytical and advisory work and support, what we call technical assistance, which is provided to these countries, either upstream of the lending program or along with the lending program. Now, in terms of the specific, again, energy efficiency, we have provided support to different countries, which either falls in the policy space, what we heard from Dr. Al-Ragom about minimum energy performance standards, building codes, institutional development, energy efficiency laws, etc., or it falls within the financing space, which is where we try to bring in the World Bank financing along with climate finance, such as the Green Climate Fund or the Global Environment Facility Funds or the Clean Technology Funds, to combine that along with the World Bank funds and the country's own public funding to be able to then invest in these areas. There is also a large amount of emphasis in the green infrastructure in what came up earlier in the session is leveraging private sector participation and investment. Because at the end of the day, the global climate change goals of 2 degrees Celsius cannot be achieved if you do not unlock the private potential. That is the fundamental truth which has come out of many of the IEA reports, which was presented earlier by Dr. Al-Ragom, and we all know about that the amount of financing which is required to do green infrastructure is 7 to 8 times what is being invested today every year. So unless we are able to unlock the private sector financing and make the financing a lot more, 7, 8 times, that 2 degrees Celsius is going to be an impossible dream to achieve. Because a lot of potential for energy efficiency remains untapped. So the World Bank's emphasis on green infrastructure is a lot on finding ways to unlock this private capital and private sector potential. And again, in the region, for example, we are involved in Egypt, working on energy efficiency, in Tunisia, trying to work with the industrial energy efficiency. Even closer to Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, we helped set up the Super ESCO, the super energy services company called Tershid, which is now investing in public buildings and public facilities, efficient street lighting, air conditioning in public buildings, and lighting in public buildings. So there are various modes of engagement. In the particular case of Saudi Arabia, our engagement is primarily advisory type. So green infrastructure, as I said, remains one of the fundamental pillars of our intervention in most of these member countries, which, as I said, are over 180 countries around the world. I'm going to keep my answer short. There's a lot of information available on these analytical work, on this lending work on our website. I can put that on the chat line. Please feel free to check that out, whoever is interested in finding out more information. But in the interest of time, I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Yes,
over to
thank you, Mr. Ashok. Thank you very much, Mr. Ashok. Now, Mr. Ashok has mentioned the energy efficiency. My next question is to Dr. Amira Al-Hassan from UN Habitat. What is the role of the UN Habitat in achieving eco-cities with regards to energy efficiency?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, UN Habitat, in fact, assists national and local governments to develop sustainable energy and climate action plans and to implement programs related to these topics. The program looks into different energy resources and needs and develops planning methodologies and strategies for their application. Habitat has extensive experience in urban energy and extract lessons learned that can be adopted by other cities in planning for their sustainable energy and climate energy mitigation and adaptation action plans. Vital intervention areas include the development of sustainable urban energy plans, strategies, policies, and legislation in order to enable a gradual transition to a low carbon economy with environmentally sound urban infrastructure and services. Our other outputs include the development of awareness and capacity building tools on planning sustainable urban energy. I would give you a very simple, short example of UN Habitat working in conjunction with the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and the governments of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi initiated a project to promote energy efficient buildings in East Africa. The project influences at least 600,000 housing units, 100 large office buildings, as well as numerous hotels and public institutions. In doing so, the project calculated over a period of 20 years will reduce carbon dioxide emissions by more than 7 million tons due to a reduction in energy consumption. This project, in fact, and in particular, focuses on 3 levels of intervention. One, regional by standardization and knowledge sharing in the East African community, and the other level is national by amending building codes, regulations, and the standards, and at a local level where raising awareness is very important. Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Amira. Now, my very last question, and if we could possibly give a brief answer, my question is to Mr. Ashok. Mr. Ashok, I would like to ask you to share the energy efficiency KPIs in the region and internationally, which can be adopted in Kuwait.
Yeah, I think, again, a great question requires perhaps a whole different dedicated session, but very quickly, I think the KPIs in terms of the megawatt hour per square foot or megajoules per ton of production of particular industrial product are all fine in terms of following the International Energy Agency and other benchmarks, which we also follow. But the KPIs on implementation is more important, because we can have very fancy, very ambitious targets, even have the right policies in place, like the minimum energy performance standards or the building codes or the energy auditor programs. But unless the implementation of those standards and the building codes is put in place, they don't make sense. So I think the shift, what is taking place, is not in just terms of the technological or the technology focused KPIs, but the implementation focused KPIs, which is how do you make sure that countries have the right technical capacity, the right awareness, the right institutions, the right policies, and the financing to implement energy efficiency. And I think so our work, for example, we do analysis every 2 years called Regulatory Indicators for Sustainable Energy, RISE, RISE. If you do a Google on RISE World Bank, it will come up. It looks at over 110 countries to see where they stand on these KPIs, in terms of the progress they have made in policy implementation, progress they have made in institutional development, progress they have made in financing, progress they have made in bringing the private sector into this game. So there are 25 plus indicators for energy efficiency and renewable energy in each of these 110 countries, which then compares where they are. So it's not just a matter of, as I said, KPIs and benchmarks in the actual energy usage or the energy intensity, which of course is the objective. But how do you achieve that is important. And so I think what we call is the 5 pillars of energy efficiency: institutions, policy, technical capacity, financing, awareness. Unless we improve those 5 pillars and the KPIs along those 5 pillars, the actual achievement of lower energy intensity is very difficult. What we have seen in the OECD countries after the oil crisis of 1970s is that they started putting emphasis on all these 5 pillars. So countries like Denmark, Germany, Japan, Korea, South Korea particularly, if you look at them, the progress they have made in lowering the energy intensity in buildings, in industry, in agriculture sector, in SMEs, in municipalities, is because the emphasis was on those 5 pillars and the KPIs are related to those 5 pillars. Again, this is a topic which is very important to discuss in the context of Kuwait, because as Dr. Alragom said, what we have done in Kuwait is fantastic. We have the best MEPs, the minimum energy performance standards, good building codes, good targets which are put in place. But what we need is those emphasis on those 5 pillars. And unless we put emphasis on the KPIs of those 5 pillars, having the best policies and on paper does not mean anything. It has to be converted into action and delivery. And that takes emphasis on along those 5 pillars. So I would, again, encourage you to look at the RISE indicators. I'll put it on the chat line. And if you go to that, you will find each and every country very minutely scrutinized in terms of the progress they have made along those 5 or 6 pillars for both energy efficiency and also renewable energy. I'm going to stop there again in the interest of time. There's a lot can be discussed in a different session, a dedicated session on this particular topic itself. Again, thanks for the opportunity for us as a World Bank team to come in and help bring in these ideas. We are very happy to work with all of you as well as the government of Kuwait in pushing and helping promote some of these ideas into the next level. Please do let us know if there's an opportunity. Over to you. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashok. Now, the final words for the presenter, if you have any last say to the session, Dr. Fatouh.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank UNDP for providing us with this opportunity and for engaging important stakeholders in this very important topic, and which is usually sometimes is forgotten. And I would like to remind everyone how that energy efficiency is very important to reach a sustainable future, as it has been labeled by IEA as the first fuel that we need to dispatch ahead of any other source. So that's very important for us to think about. So I would like to call for collaboration. I'm so glad to see Dr. Khalid here staying with us, listening to our talk, and he's probably going to push us in that direction. And I would think by the end of the day, we know what we need to do in terms of collaboration. We're probably going to call in some favors to collaborate with the World Bank, since Dr. Ashok has been here with us, and hopefully we can reach a better future by engaging the right stakeholders with the right platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fatouh. And since you mentioned Dr. Khalid will also be with us in the very last session in a bit, the last session number 5, about the Kuwaiti entrepreneurship and innovator, which is coming up in a bit. Now, the last words for Ms. Iman Al-Umar, if you have anything to say.
Can I add just 2 points?
Sure.
One of them is يعني أبي أعرج على نقطتين مهمين، أن وزارة الأشغال العامة تستقبل كميات ضخمة من الصرف الصحي ويتم معالجتهم ثلاثيا ورباعيا وفق المعايير المتبعة عالميا، وأن الوزارة تنتج مياه معالجة للصرف الصحي ما يقارب 30 مليون متر مكعب بير مانث، منها 15 مليون متر مكعب بالشهر معالج رباعي بنظام التناضح العكسي من محطة تنقية الصليبية. نقاوة المياه اللي تنتجها تنافس مياه ومواصفات وجودة مياه الشرب. ولله الحمد بفضل الجهود الحثيثة للوزارة في هذا المجال، دولة الكويت نجحت وحصلت على جائزة مرموقة، وكانت من الدول الرائدة على مستوى العالم في معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي، وحصلت على المركز الأول عربياً في المياه المعالجة بنسبة 100% وفق تصنيف الصحة العالمية واليونيسيف. وهذه المياه يتم معالجتها وتستخدم في عدة مجالات. ودي أسوي فوكس بس على بعض منها، الزراعات التجميلية، ونتطلع إلى التعاون مع الجهات المختصة لزيادة رقعة الغطاء النباتي في دولة الكويت لتقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية، وكذلك أن نستفيد من المياه المعالجة في حقن واستخراج النفط. وحاليا احنا موقعين مذكرة تفاهم مع شركة نفط الكويت لتزويدهم بالمياه المعالجة، وهذا راح يساهم في المحافظة على المياه الجوفية اللي تعد مخزون استراتيجي للمياه في الدولة. وحابة أنوه بعد أن استغلنا المياه المعالجة في أكبر صرح علمي في دولة الكويت، وهو جامعة شدادية. هذا الاستخدام الأول من نوعه في دولة الكويت. استخدمنا المياه المعالجة في أعمال التبريد والتكييف، طبعاً بالإضافة إلى الري، ويعتبر المشروع نقلة نوعية في استخدامات المياه المعالجة، ونتمنى أن بالمستقبل نتوسع مع جهات أخرى في هذا الاستخدام. وحقيقة عندنا كثير مشاريع مستقبلية في هذا الجانب. حابة أسلط الضوء بس على أحد المشاريع المهمة، وهو مشروع نظام الأنفاق العميقة الديب تانل. هو ينقل عبارة عن أنفاق عميقة تنقل المياه الغير معالجة والفائضة من محطات الضخ والرفع والتنقية إلى محطة جديدة تنشأ لمعالجة المياه ويتم الاستفادة منها. هذا المشروع بعد راح يحافظ على جون الكويت، راح يمنع أي تدفقات إلى منطقة الجون، راح يكون زيرو ديسشارج على البحر. من خلال هذا النظام متكامل لربط خطوط الطوارئ لجميع محطات ومخارج الأمطار، وراح يحافظ على البيئة البحرية ويتم الاستفادة من المياه المعالجة، وهو حل دائم إن شاء الله للقضاء على مشكلة تراكم المياه الأمطار أثناء هطول الأمطار الغزيرة. وشاكرة لكم الاستضافة وإتاحة الفرصة لمناقشة مثل هذه الجوانب المهمة. شكرا.
شكرا مس إيمان العمر. Miss Sana, if you have any last word.
Yes. Okay, thank you. As what you mentioned also, this is very important to have some KPIs and targets for energy efficiency. I can highlight some of the targets was proposed in the high-level committee. Was some of these indicator was for energy reduction indicator. It was they set a target for reduction per capita electricity consumption per year, 5% to 2030 and 10% to 2040. Taking in consideration that the baseline was 2019. For water also, the reduction 7% by 2030 and 12% by 2040. And also there was other indicators, which is, I think it's very important to have the percentage consumption per sector. Since these data in Kuwait, currently it's not it's not clear, and any percentage is given, it's just an estimation. And we think that by having smart meters, these all the indicator would be will give a very good estimation for the current situation. There was also other indicators regarding environment. It is the CO2 equivalence, consumption for public and private transportation. And also there was also CO2 for electricity consumption from power station. Other indicators for the housing and new cities was also proposed in the committee.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sana. Now, we are absolutely out of time. This session's time is over, unfortunately, but I would like to thank also Mr. Ashok Sarkar from the World Bank and also Dr. Amir Al-Hassan from the UN Habitat. We've already taken 20 minutes from the next session's time. Thank you, everyone, the presenter, the speakers, the discussants in this session. We would like to move to the next and last session for today, session number 5, about the role of Kuwaiti entrepreneurs and inventors to advance eco-cities. We have the presenter for this session, Mr. Walid Sbeita, the founder, and we have from Kuwait Innovation Center, Mr. Mohammed Rifa'i, also the founder. And the discussants for this session will be from the General Secretariat of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development, Dr. Khalid Mehdi, and from Kuwait Environment Public Authority, Dr. Abdullah Zaidan, Deputy Director General of Technical Affairs. Last but not least, we have Mr. Tariq Malik, Director of Human Development Department from Kuwait National Fund for SMEs, and Dr. Khalid Mehdi will be the last speaker after we finish the session. So the mic is all yours, Mr. Walid Sbeita.
Thank you. Just give me a moment. Let me share the screen presentation.
Sure. As Mr. Walid prepares his presentation, I would like to let you know that this session aims to shed light on the public policies and enabling environment for emerging Kuwaiti entrepreneurs.
Keeps on giving me the presenter view, so I'm just going to.
I think we can share it if you allow us to do that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Very, very interesting talk. I mean, a lot of what was mentioned are things that points that I've made to go over today. But without further ado, my name is Walid Speta. I'm the founder and manager at EnviroServe Kuwait. EnviroServe was a electronic recycling initiative, but quickly we went into other waste categories, specifically just managing the logistics and downstreaming to other companies that work on the material. We're an SME funded company. We received funding about 4 years ago. And thankfully, we've achieved a model where we can be profitable as well as offer a service to Kuwait for recycling. So at EnviroServe, we were really lucky to time our launch or our business with COVID. It is unusual, but it seems like after the pandemic, companies realize that their responsibility is way beyond just supplying or manufacturing, that it goes to finding solutions for the waste that is generated and their production footprint that they're from the products that they're distributing. So the companies we're finding that we work with are putting budgets aside more and more to start requiring recycling initiatives for a specific product. So we see that with companies that distribute electronics. We see that with companies that distribute FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods, because all these items have expiry dates and have a validity of which they can't surpass. If we could kindly go to slide 4, please. So in today's workshop, I would like to do my part and shed a little light on the industry and how we made it work financially in Kuwait, as well as what the future holds for this business. So the current waste situation in Kuwait is not a great one. I think most of us living in the which has been a burden actually on the financial burden on the country, and along with those benefits comes the services which we take for granted actually, and ones that we've overlooked, which is the waste collection and recycling. So Kuwait has been operating, unfortunately, in the same way for way too long. Just simply collecting the waste and dumping it in landfills, as we can see from slide number 7. The regulations that are in place should be banning improper waste disposal, but it's something that we're realizing isn't being applied the way it should be. It's not being enforced aggressively enough on companies and individuals. And municipal waste collection contracts don't stipulate any requirement for recycling either. If we focus on this industry, it could create a tremendous diversity in income for the country, job creation, as well as, of course, increase or improve the living standards for us. It can create energy, resources from recycling, which I will cover in a short while, all the while being a cleaner way of living. So our culture and education system, and this point was one that was covered in the previous talk, hasn't stressed the necessity to segregate or recycle our waste and be responsible for it. This issue came to our attention actually as a company when we realized that a large part of the population think that their waste is someone else's problem. So one of the issues, of course, is that we have a tremendous waste per capita, but also that not a lot of people are doing anything about their personal waste. It's something that we're seeing change with the future generations, just because they're more aware of what's around them. But it's unfortunately, we still see people throwing items in the street as if it wasn't a serious matter. So what we've found from our services is that we charge 5 to 10 KD for a collection, and there was a lot of pushback on this service because individuals thought that, like I said, someone else should be bearing this cost. At the time we started offering services to collect from homes, we were actually offering the service for free, but then we realized a lot of people were calling us for a single item, which actually could be more detrimental to the environment than helpful because of the trips back and forth. We have realized, though, that it doesn't include everyone. A lot of our customers are repeat customers, customers that tell their friends, their family of our services, and they don't complain about the fee. The fee is something really small, actually. It barely breaks even on the trip. But like I said, it's just to create a little bit of responsibility for calling us over. We've realized that these issues arise from the education problem, and by education I mean school, but also the general awareness people surround themselves with. So unfortunately, with the rise of access to information, there's been a lot of focusing on the wrong things. In Kuwait specifically, we realize that food, beauty, luxury, fashion are the things that tend to be focused on rather than this very important lesson. So the only way to fix this problem is to start early, something again that was mentioned a few times. We need to educate the upcoming generations on how serious this problem is and how we can fix it. The second step would be to create the better infrastructure by combining the private and the public sector. Of course, all of these points were made, and rightfully so, earlier on. That can ensure that the service is being done correctly by the private companies, as they will be profit-driven, and the public sector just to regulate this business. I'm on slide 13, by the way. So waste management and recycling is immensely profitable, and that's something a lot of individuals are jumping at the opportunity whenever they can to reap the reward. I, for one, studied this project from a financial standpoint more than I did an environmental one. And it wasn't until that I got into the business that I realized just machine or fridge to now having contracts with some of the largest companies in Kuwait, giving us multiple tons per week, every single week for the past 3 to 4 years. So throughout the time I worked in this industry, I realized how much more the problem keeps expanding with no solution. Unfortunately, like I said, the regulation isn't being enforced as it should be, and we find that a lot of companies aren't taking full responsibility of the waste that they're producing. The main thing to point out really is that these services have always been free, and people don't think that they should spend on it. In the West, and I don't like to keep mentioning that, but it's normal to pay for these services through the taxation and pay for penalties if you don't dispose of your waste correctly, which is an idea a lot of people laugh at when I express it to them in Kuwait. But that is something that needs to take place at some point. We need to create a system where everyone's responsible for the waste that they produce and give them the option to recycle it in a proper manner. So the dependency on the public sector to sustain our living standards has been getting tough, and that's obvious from the news that we're reading. Private entities and individuals can perform a better task at this mission of recycling. I say this because in this world there are no monopolies. There's enough business to go around for everyone. Moreover, when the business is profit driven, it tends to try and squeeze the margins in the best ways possible, and potentially offering a much better service. This could be a career for tens of thousands of people in Kuwait, from what I've found. And I say this with a worry that the current situation of the dependence on working in the public sector is starting to become very cumbersome and a burden on the country. So aside from the lack of recycling and waste management in Kuwait, the other issue that comes with it, of course, is the human sacrifice. So the old methods of collection and landfill dumping is not a pretty sight at all, from the collection people in the streets to the people that work hand sorting in the landfills to try and segregate some of the waste categories. These laborers sometimes work in very tough conditions, as we saw from the article that came out yesterday, I believe, from Bloomberg. The temperatures are unbearable, some of the highest temperatures in the world. So working in landfills in the middle of the summer is not an easy task. So with the efforts of the private sector, the guidance of the regulating bodies, the EPA and the government, this industry really can flourish and be turned around within 5 years. The beauty of being in Kuwait is that it's a small country, small population, and you can easily reform it if the initiatives have been put forward. There's many case studies where a situation to do with waste management has been turned around at record speed. Some of them involve our neighbors, Sharjah with BIA and Saudi as well, now looking at tremendous solutions from waste to energy to recycling objectives. This opportunity undoubtedly could create tremendous jobs, as mentioned, as well as, of course, fix the waste problem. I'm on page 18. Yeah, circular economy. So this is the main lesson I tried to push forward for today. The idea that we can reuse everything that's around us to create new items. So again, this was a theory that I read about and I researched before I started the company, but it wasn't until I started to work in the commodities that come out of our plants that I realized just how effective it is. So if we take, for example, copper, which reached a low of $4,000 per ton at the peak of the pandemic, and is now hovering at around $10,000 per ton. And it only took about 8 months to a year for it to achieve that. And there's a reason behind it. It's because copper is a vital resource for the future if we're going to turn to electric vehicles, as well as turning our energy green. It's expected that we're going to require 4 times as much copper as we're producing today from the conventional mining option. Economists and researchers are immediately through all the industries that copper supplies. So washing machines, consumer electronics, telecommunication, everything in between, of course. As we can see from the photos, there's copper in wires, ACs, washing machines. Pretty much everything electronic will have some copper in it. So we've really tried to push forward on this message, the fact that we can really produce quite a lot of material to the supply chain. Since we've started, we've collected a total of about 5,000 tons, and we continue to sign on new companies that are being sometimes mandated by their manufacturers to have recycling initiatives. The same idea could be said for plastics, wood, other metals, of course, paper, oil. All these have solutions and have technologies today that could be recycling them and repurposing them with a very high degree of efficiency. the idea that we can one day potentially reuse everything that's around us, the concept that's known as urban mining. Instead of mining conventionally mountains and tearing down trees, the idea is we look around us to get all these components and recreate them. And of course, the beauty of metals is that they could be recycled an infinite amount of times. Not the same could be said about many other components. A few images actually from the collections we had in Kuwait. Slide 24 shows just how overwhelmed we were when we first started. We didn't have the system that we have today of sorting and organizing, which is a very important part of recycling. Of course, all of this is in line with Kuwait's development goals, and it pleases us to be adding to the objective. Recently, the Kuwaiti Investment Authority mentioned or came out publicly to say they have about $700 billion committed towards the green financing. So for us to reach a potentially 80% as the goal has stated, 80% target sustainability, then the action really has to be taken now, as opposed to continuing to try and study or analyze what the cost and benefit is. I mean, this is something that should have been done a long time ago, and it's never too late to start. I hope this talk was useful, informational, and I really thank the UNDP and everyone that organized this talk for your time. And if you have any questions, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walid Sbeitef, the founder of EnviroServe. Thank you for this presentation. Now we're going to move to Mr. Mohammed Rifa'i from Kuwait Innovation Center.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just preparing my presentation. So is it visible to everyone?
Yes,
the screen?
We can see it, yes.
Excellent. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulullah wa alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. First of all, I would like to thank you all to give us the opportunity to present. I'm Engineer Mohammed Rifa'i, the founder of Kuwait Innovation Center. Kuwait Innovation Center is a company funded and supported by the National Fund as an SME. And we are truly happy and honored to work with the United Nations Development Program, SDGs program, to create together an impact in Kuwait to serve the environment. So I'll try to make my presentation fast and quick. I know that everyone is tired. It has been a long day and it has been a really amazing day. A lot of information that we have learned together. So I'm gonna start with the story of Kuwait Innovation Center. It's really important to let you know what formulated the vision throughout my journey and my partner's journey to create Kuwait Innovation Center. So back in 2006, me and my partner participated in a competition called Botball. Actually, it's a robotics competition by Carnegie Mellon University and by NASA. Its aim is to develop a solution for a problem, develop a fully autonomous robot to solve a certain issue. Actually, we enrolled in this competition. We took the first rank in the MENA region and the 5th rank globally, and it was an amazing experience. We were shocked on how we learned a lot of things on how technology deeply works, and that was the spark, that was the beginning from this competition. And in 2011, a shift in the mindset happened where we have participated also in a big international program called Stars of Science, where you have to create a solution as a product, as an invention for a certain issue. So we have created the first automatic ironing machine where you just hang up your clothes and it will iron it automatically. After this competition, we have realized the impact of inventions and innovation on the economy itself. After that, and after 2006 and 2011 events, we decided to give the community back. So we created the first robotics, the first international or local university robotics competition. me and many partners together, we have created this competition, and we have realized how this competition impacted the society, the students, the universities themselves. They started creating robotics labs. They started thinking about using technology to solve issues. And from that moment, our vision was formulated to start our own business in 2014. IdeaLink was a website that teaches students and gives them the right supply and tools to create their innovations. And in 2016, we have created our first made in Kuwait product. It's a robotics educational kit. And in 2019, we have launched Kuwait Innovation Center with the help of the National Fund funding and support to us. So after all of this, after this journey that we have been through, and there are a lot of details, we have realized that we have formulated the vision of creating Kuwait Innovation Center, where the main vision of this company or center is to create a solid knowledge economy. There is a huge gap in the market right now between the problems and the solutions, between the ideas, between the concepts and the products that are physically there in the market. There is a huge gap in between. Nobody is filling that gap, even not in Kuwait, even in the GCC region and in the MENA region. So there is a huge demand on a need for companies to convert those ideas or to find solutions for those problems that are applicable in our real life situations. So from here, we came up with our three main pillars of work: the research and development, the training, and specifically I'm going to speak about it shortly, and the social impact. So why those three main pillars that we are providing as a service? For sure, the knowledge economy requires knowledge, requires applying the technology, solving issues using technology. So the first brick and the first pillar of creating such an economy, a knowledge economy, is to put our hand in the research and development, is to put our hand in the product development category, in the product development market, and for sure in innovation. So we have worked on many projects. We developed many projects from scratch. We have evaluated more than 50 inventions for Kuwaiti government. We have worked on more than 20 different inventions. The purpose or the idea of working on research and development, specifically in-house, is where we're going to acquire a lot of knowledge, and knowledge is the most basic element of the knowledge economy. So by providing the research and development services, we are providing a unique service to the market. We are creating problems, we are creating solutions for such problems that exist in the market. And the most important thing, that we are formulating a knowledge database where we can use it for different other issues that we're going to face. The second thing that we are providing in Kuwait Innovation Center is training. But speaking specifically, we provide a very unique training programs that are specialized in innovation, engineering, and digital fabrication. So we did a lot of boot camps. We have seen how those boot camps have impacted the students, how the mentality has been shifting, because we truly focus on the concept of innovation, where it's not only about learning how to operate such, for example, how to program and that's it, how to build something and that's it. No, it's about why I am programming. It's about why I'm building this product or why I'm doing R&D. There is always a reason to do stuff. So in most of our training programs, we focus on mentality. We focus on teaching those participants that we are facing a lot of problems in our lives. You have to use your knowledge. You have to teach yourself. You have to use innovation in order to solve those problems by using the available technology that you are learning on. The third thing that we are focusing on, and we provide it as a product, it is social impact. Social impact, it's not a CSR program that we are providing. It's a product by itself. We have, let me just tell you something that might summarize this service. We believe that innovation is driven by society. And we believe also that society is driven by innovation. Innovation is driven by society. We apply this by forming competitions. So we have created Kuwait Challenge. It was created in 2019, where students in the high schools participate in this competition. It's a national competition for all of the schools of Kuwait, high schools, where we have created a problem, a real life situation problem. We have simulated the sewage system issues that happened in Kuwait in 2018. And we told the students, design a robot that is fully autonomous, that helps solve the sewage system issue and save lives during the simulation that is happening in the competition. So this is how innovation is driven. This is how society is driven by innovation, through competitions, through challenging people. And innovation is driven by society. We have created a program called Kuwait Hackathon. This program is for university students, where we propose issues to them and they come up with solutions. We believe that university students, and even any student who is passionate about science, he is an innovator by nature. So if we give him the chance to, and the right tools, the right mentorship to innovate, they will come up with huge, amazing ideas. One of the ideas that we have graduated in the Kuwait Hackathon for college university students is a solution. It's actually an invention for forest fires, for big forest fires, where the concept is, if we detect those fires at an early stage, it is very possible that we can control those fires. But what's happening with the forest fires is that we unfortunately figure out or detect those fires in a very late stage. So they came up with a solution. It's an amazing solution, and this is one of the solutions that we have graduated in our hackathons. And there are a lot of solutions where people, when they have the chance to innovate, they come up with really amazing solutions that impacts the ecosystem and the environment. So in Kuwait Innovation Center, we truly focus on different aspects of technologies. We believe that technologies are tools, and we believe that innovation is a process where we can use those tools and innovate to create a very unique, feasible, applicable solutions for our big problems that we are facing, either locally in Kuwait, regionally in the GCC, or internationally on a global scale. So we focus on the IoT, Internet of Things industry. We focus on the robotics. We focus on the artificial intelligence, and for sure, other technologies come within, like the embedded systems, 3D printing. We truly focus on 3D printing because it helps us validate concepts and build up prototypes very quickly. And for sure, the education. Education is very important, and we try to focus on this by providing training and by providing products that enable students to learn more. So we believe that technology must solve issues after all, and serve humanity in a way to make our life better, to sustain our life, not only to sustain our environment. Our environment is our life. So technology must be used in a way to solve our issues and to sustain our living in our earth. So one of the projects that we are working on, and we are happy that this project, we are working on this project with the UNDP program and PADA, where we are using the Internet of Things technologies. We have developed such a parking blocking system for any customer, but specifically for disabled people. We are facing some issues here in Kuwait that disabled people face a lot of issues with parking, with their own parking. So we have created this solution. It's a parking, it's an intelligent parking blocker system where it is connected to the grid. PADA or any governmental authority can control those parkings remotely, can monitor who is authorized to park in those slots and who is not authorized. And for sure, we have a big traffic issue in Kuwait. So those parking blockers can be used intelligently in safe lanes where police cars, ambulances can have always a path where they can use freely in heavy traffic locations. So this prototype or this product, sorry, can be used in many situations where it serves cities and promotes our living by making our cities much more smarter, much more accessible for different segments of people. So this is one of the projects that we are working on using the IoT technology, and we hope that it's fully made in Kuwait, it's fully developed by us, and we have a patent for that. We are working with our partners here in Kuwait to develop such a product. And it's on its final stages of kickstarting this product. Another product that we are, or project, let's say, not product, because it's a massive scale, that we have worked on in 2015. As my colleague, Mr. Walid, he knows better than me that recycling is a big issue here in Kuwait. So one of our partners came to us and he has this idea of why don't we start segregating waste from home or from the source itself. And then we realized that it's doable, but we have like traditional issues here in Kuwait, mentality issues in GCC, behavioral issues that most of people they don't have awareness of. Okay, I have to throw the plastic in the plastic slot. I have to throw the paper cup in the paper cup slot, whatever, and so on. So this is really an issue that we are facing. So we came up with this idea. Why don't we have a recycle bin that fits in home, that fits in complexes, that fits anywhere, even in central locations for waste management, where we just throw our waste and it will detect what is that type of material. Is it plastic? Is it iron, metal in general? Is it glass? Is it filled with water or not filled with water? And is it a different material like a general waste? And then we weigh it. We take the weight of those samples, and then after detection and weighing, we segregate internally within this machine. So this machine took us almost 2 years of research and development. We have used intensively a lot of machine learning techniques. We have reached an efficiency of almost 75% of segregating. So from 10 samples, we have almost 7 to 8 correct identification of those samples. And we are now implementing artificial intelligence to have a better efficiency, to have a more reliability, where we can reach up to 95% of efficiency for this device. Those two devices that I have shown, they are part of the projects that we are working on. We are, after our enrollment in the United Nations Development SDG goal programs, we really believe now that we are able in Kuwait, not only, I'm not speaking about Kuwait Innovation Center only, I'm speaking about anyone who has the knowledge of technology and who has the mentality of innovation and the passion to change. We believe that we can develop internally in Kuwait local technologies that can solve our local issues, because we believe that innovation always comes within. And although some of the problems are common internationally, but the details of those problems are different from region to region. As a small example, as Mr. Walid said, the heat and the temperatures in Kuwait are really high. So many products are not designed to withstand such a heat. So here, knowledge economy, research and development, local R&D steps in, where engineers, innovators must use their knowledge to create custom solutions to solve our issues and to enhance our living. So finally, our goal is to have an impact, in sustainability through developing technologies that assist us in our daily life, through developing products that serves human in their daily lives, and to identify our most critical issues and apply those technologies that we are working with in solving such problems, inshallah, and creating a product that can serve not only in Kuwait, even in the GCC region and the international region. And we hope that we can see the vision of Kuwait 2035 happening, inshallah, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. This was an absolutely brilliant presentation. I believe that Dr. Khalid Mehdi has some comments or questions for both of you, Mohammed Rifa'i and Walid Sbeita. Dr. Khalid, can you hear us? Maybe you need to unmute your mic.
I stopped sharing the screen. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay, now I think I can speak out, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Yes, please. Yes, Shade.
Yes, do you have any question or comment, Dr. Khalid?
Well, I have a comment on what Mr. Walid Sbeita started with. I thank Mr. Walid and Mr. Mohammed. The good thing about it is I'm very much aware of what they do. And to me, what they are doing is part of the social entrepreneurship and being engaged in solving real problems in the country. Yes, we do believe there are major problems, and this is where the private sector jumps in and to provide with solution. We do believe from the government side that the government should stay away from operation and to pave the way to the private sector and especially entrepreneurs, innovators to jump in. And that's part of the game. The question is, does the government, all government officials will agree to carry out this change management? Well, not all of them. I have to be very frank. It takes really long time for people in the government who get used to operation and be part of the operating the economy is to stay away and allow and empower the private sector to go and solve problems. We do believe, part of the Kuwait Vision 2035, that innovation, entrepreneurship are the keys actually for expanding the economy and job creation. However, right now, the case is not in that direction. This is a challenge that we need to push all together, Kuwaitis, private sector, government, NGOs, that we need to move in the direction of changing the role of the government to staying away from operation and to provide the proper regulation and the proper control and monitoring and policy making, and let the operation handled by the private sector, by the innovators, by the entrepreneurs, and give them all the empowerment they need, from regulation to even financing mechanism. That's one side of the story, which is really related to the Vision 2035. And from another perspective, which is a comment I heard from Mr. Ashwak from the World Bank, which he gave a very bold statement. He's saying policy on paper will have nothing if you don't move to implementation. Well, this is true, but we have to start with something written on paper at the end. We need to draft a roadmap. We need to put down an evidence-based policy, which are really tested and be part of the roadmap we are looking for. And if I want to connect that statement to what I heard from my dear Engineer Mohammed and Mr. Walid in the presentation, I am one of the government officials who is very proud of the work being done in the private sector, given all these challenges and with the COVID-19 challenges they are going through, and they're trying to survive. At the end of the day, the government cannot provide everything. Government can provide up to a limit, and that limit is actually need to be articulated into enabling policy to move them to let the entrepreneurs to move forward. I understand there is a lot of frustration. The economy is very tight. The government handling of the economy because of the COVID-19 crisis is quite stringent, very tough, a lot of rigorous measure, making everybody frustrated from the government side, from the private sector side. But at the end of the day, this is the case all over around the globe at the end. Now, how much the Kuwaiti government provided to support everyone to get into a crisis, it has been on controversy in the country with positive and negative side at the same time. But the government from its side did many things. At the end of the day, it's 90% of the economic activity is already done and operated by the government. Vision 2035 is to reduce the operation of the government, the role of the operation of the government, the role of the government in operating the economy. This is what we're trying to push for from a strategic perspective and from the policy being introduced in the national plan. It cannot be done by planning only. It should be done by everybody together, being willing to take the change, whether from the government side, official from the government side, or from private sector as well, to accept the changes coming, as well as the NGOs or the civil societies as well. But we are very proud of their innovation. I do believe that Mr. Tariq from Kuwait National Fund will definitely shed the light on the financing, which is one of the largest funds around the world, giving finance for our entrepreneur. This is a financing mechanism the government is providing, well, not without challenges, not without hiccups. We cannot send a very rosy, pinky picture. There are always challenges to an extent. There is another side of the story with regarding on environment regulation. I think law 42, or is it 42 or 4, Dr. Abdullah? I keep forgetting the number. 40 or 42? Yeah, the 42 law for that, for the environment, is a very interesting law. Has a lot of giving more power and regulating as well as monitoring strength for EPA, and which actually will lead to empower the existence of a private sector through a very innovative environmental solution. We are very impressed with what we saw from my dear Mr. Mohammed and my dear Mr. Walid on what they are doing. We wish them all the best. Yes, I do admire their ability to maintain their momentum given all of the hard situation they are going through. And I do believe that being in the board of the Kuwait National Fund, we did actually exempt all the entrepreneur from paying their dues for now 6 months plus 6 months. It's almost 1 year or so. Maybe Mr. Tariq will mention how many months actually we managed to give more allowance for the about a year now, or year or so, allowing them to have more room for maneuvering. That from that one side. But again, I want to emphasize on the importance of environmental solution, innovative solution as a part of the eco-city principle that we are talking about. And as I mentioned in the beginning, one of the policies in the livable and harmonious environment that I mentioned in the beginning as a part of the national plan, one of the policy is actually pushing for innovation. We don't believe that the government has all the innovative solution. We don't believe that the government, all the government sector will be providing solution, but we do believe the solution will come from our innovative entrepreneurial minds as well as the private sector. But the role of the government, which need to be changed, to be empowering, supportive for this initiative. Over to you, Shay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. You highlighted really important points regarding the presentations given by Mr. Walid and Mr. Mohammed. Now, I'd like to ask Dr. Abdullah Zaidan a question about the presentation of Kuwait Innovation Center. Through the presentation, there was an interesting application of technology through artificial intelligence and IoT. What would be the application for environment issues?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Walid Sbeita and also Mr. Mohammed Al-Rafai for their informative presentations. And I thank them for their drive and energy to resolve the problems, the environmental problems in the urban areas and also in the ecosystem as a whole. If we go to Mr. Walid, the smart bin is a very innovative and a very ongoing direct method to segregate the waste. However, this is a small solution for a bigger problem. As Dr. Mahdi pointed out earlier, the issues being tackled here is not only by innovation and not only by putting ideas there on the table. It's a commitment from individual part in the urban area, and also a commitment for all the governmental and non-governmental parties within the community. We all play a part. We all have responsibilities. And I know, like you, there's so many other people that are willing to do and to find solutions for ongoing problems in the urban areas. We have various NGOs and volunteers that are carrying out wonderful and tremendous efforts for a better environment. We have Kuwait Environmental Lens Team with Kuwait University. We're funding them through the Environmental Fund. This fund is funded for the public, to the public, for volunteers, NGOs, and people with ideas that need support financially to carry out their vision. We have successful projects. We have the biodiversity tracking system carried out by Kuwait Lens Team and Kuwait University for the marine turtles and the greater spotted eagle. We do also fund Kuwait Dive Team to put the mooring buoys around the islands, which prevent anchoring on the coral reefs, and also waste removal from the marine environment. We thank everybody that are contributing to this cause and finding solutions to better improve the environment in the state of Kuwait and also the urban areas.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah. My next question, and actually the last question to Mr. Tariq Malik, how do we achieve alliances and partnerships and identify the most important successful models as an indicative model?
الصوت واضح؟
Yes, واضح.
نعم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كل الشكر لكم على تنظيم هذه الجلسة. أنا طارق ملك، مدير التنمية البشرية في الصندوق الوطني لرعاية وتنمية المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، والشكر موصول للدكتور خالد مهدي الأمين العام مجلس على التخطيط والأخوة في برنامج الأمم المتحدة المائي. وعطفا على ما تحدثوا الأخوة الزملاء في هذه الجلسة منذ الصباح إلى هذه اللحظة، موضوع جدا مهم وموضوع استراتيجي وذات دلالات بعيدة جدا. اليوم دور الصندوق الوطني لرعاية وتنمية المشروعات الصغيرة احتضان المبدعين والمبتكرين والمبدعين وأصحاب المشاريع وتمكينهم بشكل أساسي من خلال تنميتهم ورعايتهم وتمويلهم وفتح الآفاق لهم في عدة مجالات، سواء كانت خدمات تمويلية أو خدمات غير تمويلية. فالصندوق يشتغل على اتجاهين، الاتجاه التمويلي والاتجاه الغير تمويلي. وعطفا يمكن على كلام الدكتور خالد وهو عضو مجلس إدارة لدينا في الصندوق الوطني، تكلم كثير من التسهيلات التي قدمت لرواد الأعمال، سواء تأجيل الأقساط أو تمكينهم أو معالجة التعثر وغيرها من الاستراتيجيات اللي موجودة عندنا. ونفتخر كذلك بمشروع أخوي محمد الرفاعي وليد سبيتم من المشاريع المتميزة والتي تحاكي أمانة يعني نجاح صندوقنا كوننا ممولين من الصندوق الوطني، والحمد لله في استمرارية واستدامة كبيرة. اليوم لعل يمكن دور مراكز ريادة الأعمال، وأنا بتكلم فيها بهذا المحور، هو يمكن عندي 4 محاور أتحدث فيها، ولكن اليوم دور مراكز ريادة الأعمال جدا مهمة في تحقيق نجاحات تطوير المدن الصديقة للبيئة. فاليوم مراكز الأعمال يعني 4 اتجاهات أو 5 اتجاهات تتكلم فيها، هي حاضنات الأعمال، وهي يعني حاضنات تكون متخصصة تتبنى حقيقة من ليس لديهم فكرة وتمكينهم بشكل كبير وبشكل أساسي بأن يكونوا يعني أصحاب مشاريع. وهنا تأتي يعني التخصص والإبداع في طبيعة عمل تلك الحاضنة، هل تكون حاضنة تقنية، حاضنة تكنولوجية، حاضنة ابتكارية، حاضنة صديقة للبيئة، حاضنة تدوير النفايات وغيرها من المجالات. في اليوم كيف نعكس حاضنات الأعمال ونفعلها بشكل أساسي بأن تكون حاضنات تخصصية قادرة أن تحاكي الواقع ويعني لديها الرشاقة الكبيرة بأن تكون يعني مرنة وتحقق نجاحات لرواد الأعمال المقبلين للعمل الحر. كذلك مسرعات الأعمال، وهي التي تسرع حقيقة دورة حياة الأعمال الناشئة في مراحلها الأولى من خلال برامج تسريع مكثفة، وهذه أمانة تعطي مساحة في يعني دخول مستثمرين مع صاحب المشروع، أو كذلك تسريع دورة عملية المشروع ونموها، خاصة في المشاريع الناشئة. تأتي شركات ممكن كبيرة أو مستثمرين لديهم رأس مال جيد أو لديهم مساحات معينة أو لديهم أراضي معينة، فتتم تلك الشراكات وتعزز من نجاح تلك المشاريع. كذلك مساحات العمل المشتركة تلعب دور مهم في مراكز يعني ريادة الأعمال، بأن تكون هناك مساحات وفق تصاميم معمارية جميلة تستوعب تلك المشاريع وتوجهها بشكل يعني أساسي وبشكل مهم. وكذلك يعني من أمور الأمانة المتخصصة مراكز الابتكار، ويمكن اليوم تكلم أخوي محمد في عرضها بطبيعة البرامج، ويعتبر هو من يعني أوائل مراكز الابتكار الموجودة في الكويت. هذه الشركات متخصصة تلعب دور مهم في مؤسسات القطاع الخاص، وكذلك لابد أن توظف باتجاهات أخرى يمكن ذكرها محمد في قضية المسابقات وغيرها، ولكن لابد أن تعطى أولوية كبيرة جدا في الجامعات والكليات وجمعيات النفع العام الحكومية والخاصة، بأن تقدم خدمات للمبادرين ورواد الأعمال وتشجعهم تشجيع استراتيجي في دعمهم في اتجاه الإبداع والابتكار وتهيئة البيئة المناسبة لمثل تلك المشاريع. الابتكار هي تحويل الأفكار الإبداعية إلى منتجات أو خدمات أو عمليات، سواء كانت جديدة أو محسنة، تكون ذات قيمة اقتصادية لاقتصادنا الوطني ولبلدنا. كذلك برامج التدريب والاستشارات، الصندوق الوطني أقام كثير من البرامج ولديه كثير من البرامج المقبلة، ولكن نحن الآن بس في موضوع إقرار الميزانيات إذا أقرت بشكل أساسي. إدارة التنمية البشرية عندها رؤية متكاملة في احتضان وإقامة برامج نوعية تخصصية في مسارات متنوعة، سواء كان في مسار يعني الطاقة النظيفة، في مجال البيئة الصديقة للبيئة أو المشاريع المدن الصديقة للبيئة، أو في مجال دراسة الجدوى، أو في تأسيس المشاريع وكثير من الألوان. وكذلك أطلق الصندوق الوطني منصة تحت إشراف يعني نطاق إدارتنا، إدارة التنمية البشرية، هو منصة استشارة. كذلك نعطي حلول استشارية سريعة جدا لرواد الأعمال في أي مجال يرونه مناسب، والآن هي متاحة على الموقع الإلكتروني، وضمننا حقيقة كثير من الأمور، منها الابتكار ومنها المشاريع الصديقة للبيئة وكذلك الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة. اليوم مراكز ريادة الأعمال دورها مهم بأن تكون هي رديف حقيقة أساسي ومهم ومستمر للمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة. فاليوم احنا حريصين ندعم الأنشطة أو المشاريع أو المراكز التعليمية المبنية على الابتكار والتدريب والتعليم للمبادرين وتحويل أفكارهم إلى مشاريع حقيقية في السوق، وليس نظريات ومانشيتات وشغلات غير قابلة للتطبيق. هو هذا التحدي أن نحول إلى مشروع تجاري ناجح. كذلك الدعم المالي سواء كان تمويل او يعني او خدمات غير تمويليه كالتدريب والاستشارات ومراكز يعني اللي احنا ذكرناها بشكل اساسي. كذلك اليوم يعني كتجارب ناجحه يعني ومشاريع، المحور الثاني اللي كنت اتكلم فيه التجارب والمشاريع الناجحه التي تلقت دعم وتمويل من الصندوق الوطني، ولماذا يدعم الصندوق تلك المشاريع؟ اليوم القانون شجع حقيقه في 3 مواد اساسيه في قانون الصندوق وانشائه، الماده الاولى والثالثه و11 تدعم المشاريع التي تحمل طابع تكنولوجي او طابع ابتكاري او طابع ابداعي. فلذلك القانون والمشرع عندما اتى ووضع هذا القانون ووضع كيانه وقوامه دعم بشكل اساسي تلك الغايات وتلك يعني النجاحات. اليوم كذلك الصندوق دعم مشاريع واضحه، يمكن تكلموا اخ وليد واخ محمد وكذلك ريم الفرحان من ضمن المشاريع اللي دعمناها وكيف نجحوا في عرض تجربتهم. وقد تكون هناك معوقات امانه موجوده واحنا ندرك بهذه المعوقات، ويمكن بجيها بالتوصيات ان تحسين بيئه الاعمال بشكل ارشق من الوضع الحالي اللي يمكن رواد الاعمال يعانون منها. اليوم التحول نحو الخدمات التي تكون صديقه للبيئه هي استراتيجيه واضحه لدى الصندوق واولويه قصوى، وعكسناها حقيقه في شراكه مع الهيئه العامه للبيئه. المشاريع المستدامه اثرها وعائدها اكثر من اتجاه سواء كان مادي وكذلك صديق للبيئه. في اليوم يعني من بعض التجارب او النجاحات في المدن المستدامه هناك مباني مصممه على اساس حلول مبتكره يراعى فيها الاثر البيئي وكذلك تقليل انتاج الطاقه والمياه والنفايات وتلوث الهواء. ومن صفاتها وجود مساحات زراعيه، مصادر الطاقه المتجدده وكالطاقه الشمسيه وغيرها، زراعه الاشجار وتخفيف يعني الالوان السطحيه ونظام التهويه الطبيعيه وزياده المسطحات المائيه، تحسين وسائل النقل العام وزياده في طريق المشاة للحد من انبعاثات السيارات وكذلك انظمه الصرف الصحي المستدامه وانظمه الحفاظ على الطاقه. المجالات جدا يعني واسعه في هذا المجال، ونلاحظ بان المدن المستدامه تمثل عده جوانب، منها جوانب تكون صديقه للبيئه وذكيه في نفس الوقت، وكذلك مبنيه على جانب تصميم وحلول مبتكره تعكس المدن الاعتياديه. واعتقد دور يعني رواد الاعمال واصحاب مشاريع، انا دائما اعكسها امانه على رواد الاعمال واصحاب مشاريع، هو ان يتم تمكينهم بتبني هذه الفرص الاستثماريه وان تكون واضحه ومحدده بان يتجهوا نحو تلك الغايات والمحددات التي اطلقت في هذه الورشه، بان لا تكون عناوين عامه وان تكون مشاريع محدده. محتاجين مشاريع في 1 2 3 4 والنتيجه هكذا والعائد هكذا والتمويل اللي يحتاجه هكذا، فنساعد. اذا كنا نبي ننجح لابد ان نعمل بهذه الاستراتيجيه وليس استراتيجيه تروح واجه المصير، لان شبابنا يحتاجون دعم وتنميه وتمكين ومساعده الى حين ان نرى تلك النجاحات، لان الكل مستفيد حقيقه، سواء كان المبادر مستفيد والدوله مستفيده والمجتمع مستفيد، فهذا التكامل لابد ان يكون امانه بشكل واضح. فاليوم انشاء مراكز رياده الاعمال ومختبرات ومساحات عمل وحاضنات ومسرعات قادره على تحويل الافكار الى منتجات ناجحه قابله للتسويق وتحقيق عوائد ربحيه، دعم المشاريع الصديقه للبيئه بالدخول الى الاسواق وتمكينها. اليوم عندنا احنا 3 مشاريع مموله من الصندوق، من الضروري ان يستدعونهم الهيئه العامه للبيئه والصناعه وكل مؤسسات الدوله ويفتحوا لهم الافاق بشكل اساسي بان هذه مشاريع مستدامه ولها اثر جدا مهم. اليوم ربط المشاريع مع المستثمرين امر وايد مهم، وكذلك توفير الفرص للمشاركه في اسواق المدن الجديده. واليوم الامثله كثيره ويمكن ابي اذكر بعض الامثله. مدينه مصدر لعبت دور مهم في المدن الذكيه المستدامه، مشروع زايد للمدينه الذكيه، مدينه دبي المستدامه، مدينه دبي وغيرها من يعني الدول التي نجحت ومنها سنغافوره يعني نجحوا في شركه ووهاي، يعني لعبت دور كبير من استهلاك يعني الطاقه من الصفر الى يعني مدينه رائعه ومتميزه في هذا الاتجاه. فيمكن استاذه شهد انا تناولت محورين، تبيني اكمل المحورين واخلص، ايش رايك؟
يعني اذا كانوا المحورين قصار ما ياخذون دقيقتين ممكن.
لا مو دقيقتين، 3 دقائق
3 دقائق
ونص.
يلا مو مشكله، تفضل.
تمام. المحور الثالث اساس لا اطيل عليكم، يمكن الوقت طال، هي الساعه 3 المفروض ان خالصين اليوم. كيف نحقق التحالفات والشراكات وتحديد اهم النماذج الناجحه كنموذج استدلالي. اليوم احنا رحنا كصندوق وطني تشاركنا مع الاخوان في الهيئه العامه للبيئه ووقعنا معاهم مذكره تفاهم في 5 مجالات محدده. هذه المجالات تتعلق في قضيه البيئه ومشاريع البيئه، واي مشروع يكون عند الهيئه العامه للبيئه يعرض مع الصندوق ونتشارك ونوجه رواد الاعمال، فقطعنا شوط ممتاز. اليوم الشراكات مع المؤسسات المحليه والخارجيه مهمه جدا. اليوم دور الامم المتحده نثمنا والامانه العامه دكتور خالد وفريقه الله يعطيهم العافيه قاعد يقومون بجهد جبار واستثنائي في دعم مثل هذه المشاريع النوعيه. اليوم الشراكه مع الامم المتحده، احنا نطالب الاخوان في برنامج الامم المتحده ليس بهذه الورشه انما بادوار اكثر وافضل، يعني ممكن يعطونا افضل النجاحات، يعطونا اهم الفرص الاستثماريه، يعطونا اهم النجاحات على مستوى العالم، فكونها هي بيت الامم المتحده وحاضنه لجميع الشعوب والامم، فبامكانهم امانه يقدمون شيء استثنائي لنا في الكويت ويساعدنا امانه سواء كان في الصندوق او في الجهات الاخرى او المجتمع بشكل عام. اليوم كذلك خطه عمل الحكومه ضمنت هذه المشاريع وعطتها اولويه قصوى، فهناك جديه تامه من الحكومه الممثله في الامانه العامه. كذلك من المهم ان نضع نماذج استدلاليه واضحه كخارطه طريق لكل المشاريع مع تحديد كيف نستطيع تحقيقها. اليوم لابد ان تكون لدينا خارطه، هذه المشاريع نحتاجها وهذه المشاريع لها غاياتها وهذه المشاريع لها نتائجها، فلا بد ان تعكس امانه بشكل اساسي. كذلك اليوم من الامور المهمه والغايات اللي
يعني
لابد
انا راح احتاج اني اقاطعك، وانا جدا اعتذر مستر طارق ملك. I have to interrupt you here because we're absolutely out of time, and even Dr. Khalid has a final remark to say, so we can wrap up this session and the whole workshop. دكتور خالد احنا ما احنا سامعينك.
لازم تعطونا بيرميشن حق الانميوت.
تفضل.
يعطيكم العافيه. اول شيء انا ودي اختم باللغه العربيه، ما يخالف، خلي المترجم يحلل المعاش عليه. اول شيء ودي اني اختم انا الشيخ عبد الله الحمود، يا هلا ومرحبا رئيس الهيئه العامه للبيئه. يعني صراحه احنا جدا سعيدين برؤيتك معنا ووجودك معنا. حقيقه هذه من اكثر الورش اللي صار فيها نقاش، اللي صار فيها عرض لافكار، اللي عرض لعده امور، الابعاد اللي تم مناقشتها كلها صراحه تدخل في مجمل السياسات اللي ذكرناها من اول ما بدينا. انا ودي اختم بما بدأنا فيه. في نهايه المطاف ودي اني انوه على ان جميع ما ذكر من في هذه الورشه لم يخرج عن السياق العام الاستراتيجي لخطه 2035. الآن التفاصيل التي ذكرت راح تمكننا إحنا في الأمانة العامة للتخطيط في تفعيل موضوع برنامج عمل حكومة. ودي أنا أعمل شير سكرين علشان أبين الخطوات التنفيذية والمبادرات التنفيذية اللي تم ترجمتها لهذه السياسات، لأن دائما السياسات العامة تكون حبيسة الأدراج ويصير كلام إنشائي كما معتادين على سماع هذه اللفظ، وإن كان نقول دائما جميع الأمور تبدأ بكلام إنشائي وتنتهي في بنيان. على وجه العموم أنا ودي الحين بس أوضح شغلة. في مبادرات برنامج عمل الحكومة الأخيرة كان هناك محور هو المحور الرابع. هذا المحور الرابع كان مبني تحت عنوان تحسين البنية التحتية وتوظيف الطاقات المتجددة في على أن تكون بيئيا متجانسة أو إيكو فريندلي. ودي أنا بس أشر على الموضوع المهم أن تحسين البنية التحتية وتوظيف الطاقات المتجددة كلها تدخل في سياق واحد مهم جدا، وهو التحولات الجديدة للاقتصاد الدائري المنخفض الكربون إلى تحسين كفاءة استهلاك الطاقة. هذا جزء لا يتجزأ من المفاهيم الرئيسية فيما يتعلق في المدن البيئية. البرنامج عمل الحكومة تناول هذه المبادرات، وطبعا هناك مبادرات أخرى موجودة في سياق الإصلاح الاقتصادي والمالي وتغيير دور الدولة والحكومة على وجه التحديد إلى دور المشغل والمنظم. كل هذه لله الحمد يعني يتم مناقشتها بصورة مباشرة أو غير مباشرة. احنا نشكر معهد الأبحاث وجوده معنا، وهم لهم دور كبير في خصوصا في هذه الركيزة رقم 11 والركيزة رقم 10 في تعاون معهم. أيضا سيكون هناك دور كبير أيضا لجميع الجهات اللي تم مناقشتها مثل وزارة الكهرباء والماء والطاقة المتجددة، الهيئة العامة للبيئة، وزارة عفوا المؤسسة العامة للرعاية السكنية، صندوق المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة، باعتبار أن أغلب هذه المبادرات الموجودة وهي مبادرات تنفيذية خرجت من الإنشاء إلى جداول زمنية محددة تركت للجهات وقدمت إلى معالي الوزراء. احنا الآن نتكلم عن برنامج عمل الحكومة، برنامج عمل موجودة فيه مؤشرات، فيه متطلبات تنفيذ، متطلبات تشريعية، وأيضا برامج زمنية محددة. أنا أختم بالقول بأن أشكر ختاما أشكر جميع الجهات المشاركة، وشكر خاص حق البرنامج الإنمائي الأمم المتحدة UNDP، السيدة هايديكو، أخوي خالد شهوان، السيدة شيرين، الجميع اللي شاركوا من المنظمات، اللي شاركونا من القطاع الخاص، اللي شاركونا من معهد الأبحاث، اللي شاركونا من الهيئة العامة للبيئة، من الصندوق، ومن وزارة الكهرباء، وجميع الجهات. وإن شاء الله أني أكون ذكرت الكل. هذه الجهات كلها تساهم. إحنا في نهاية المطاف رؤية 2035 هي رؤية وطن نتحرك فيها كلنا، هي ليست للقطاع الحكومي فقط، هي ليست للقطاع الخاص فقط، هي وليست للمجتمع المدني، هي للجميع. الرؤية تحتاج إلى جهد كبير، سياساتها موجودة، نريد أن نعمل جميعا وفق لهذه السياسات المحددة واللي ترجمت ببرنامج عمل الحكومة وبالخطط السنوية. At the end, I would like to thank UNDP and all the organization being very effectively engaged in providing their experience, whether from Singapore or from the World Bank or from any other organization. I thank you very much, and I will leave you to enjoy the rest of the day. But I'm still in office. I still have work to do. Thank you very much.
يعطيك ألف عافية Dr. Khalid. Now, I would like to thank everyone who joined our virtual workshop for today, the Eco-Cities towards the achievement of KNDP 2025. Thank you for the governmental sector, for the private sector, for the civil societies, for ambassadors, diplomats, everyone who joined this virtual workshop. Thank you very much. I hope this is step one for a greener future in Kuwait. Thank you, everyone.
Huh?